You are the only hatless guy.
Come on. I thought I was having a good hair day, but I'll just
What do you guys think of the background job?
I thought I was having a good hair day, but it's fine.
Pretty good. I beefed it up back here, a little bit with Packers goodness.
Are we live?
I think we are.
Yeah, it says we are.
Go Packers.
Well, we're live.
Go Pack, go.
He's no longer hatless. We're all wearing hats.
There we go.
Gotta.
That could have been a jinx factor if we only had one guy with.
Oh.
Are you guys doing NFL.com make your own mock draft?
Should we let's just officially get started at 7?
Yep, I agree. Well, let's do the tweeting and the interaction with the chat when it happens. But until then, let's blast this. Let's blast this link. I will send it in the chat.
Thank you.
In about 14 seconds, not even. Make it now. If you can copy that, I think you should be able to. That is the link to our live stream.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna get this tweet primed up, and we'll all just hit send at 7 p.m. officially. That's our game plan.
You can send it now. Otherwise,
yeah, we can send them intermittently. That's fine. I'm cool with that. I have way too many tabs up. Holy shit.
Me too, dude. Holy shit.
I got. Oh man, I'm a degenerate. I have no less than 13 tabs up.
No less.
Guys, I already pulled a stream foul. I don't have a beer in my hand.
That's against the rules, bro.
Ooh.
Also, first actual rule: whoever lost in our poll definitely has to chug a beer, shotgun a beer. That's a first rule.
That's Dad.
That's Dad.
You know what? Here's what I'm going to say about that poll. All right. It's like the Pro Bowl. It's like a glorified popularity contest, and you guys all have a lot.
Okay, blah blah blah.
All I know is if
all I'm hearing is excuses, Ryan.
All I know is if Ryan loses or wins that, he's not saying that.
I probably
correct.
Honestly, I was just happy that we were all in the 20s, and there wasn't like a clear cut shitty mock draft, but. The Jordan Love one amidst Packers fans gets more votes. That would shock me. That's truly shocked me.
That was shocking.
Because who did I pick? I can't even remember. I picked Josh Jones, Michael Pittman Jr., and Thaddeus Moss. Come on.
Has the tweet or has the link been tweeted yet?
I haven't done it yet. I'm about to.
I tweeted it.
Nice.
Cool.
$50 seconds.
Oh my God. Booger McFarland. Oh no. No. It's happening.
What's Booger McFarland saying?
I've got him on mute, so I don't know.
I see Kurt Warner, which is exciting. Kurt Warner's coming up under TV.
How was Kurt Warner not Monday Night Football and Booger McFarland is?
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Well, Kurt Warner's with CBS, I think, or is it with NFL? Oh, because they're doing the NFL Network and ESPN combined.
Yeah,
so Michael Irvin and
right. Okay,
that actually looked pretty cool.
That's interesting. I'm surprised they're doing that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see networks come together like that. You don't see that a whole lot.
They got to band together at this point. You got to put all your eggs in one basket.
ESPN's ratings were down 64%.
Whose were? ESPN's.
ESPN's.
I would put, but the freaking Jordan documentary just blew it away. I mean, that was
like
6.5.
They killed that. They killed that. But their regular programming is so down. All right. Well,
let's do this. I have my Zoom chat in my way, and that as you take a look at the big board. This is Packers Worldwide. I'm Alex Strove alongside Ryan Soberg, Matt Freilich, and Ryan Bowman. We're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to have a drink. We are going to sit down, relax, and enjoy the NFL draft as each and every one of you watch along with us. Gentlemen, how are we? We'll start with Ryan in Minnesota. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well tonight. It doesn't, in this time of lockdown, it doesn't get much better than a live NFL draft to whet our sports beak. What do you guys say?
Ryan Bowman all the way in Canada, our great friend from the north. How are you, Ryan?
Doing good. I'm doing good. I'm a couple beers in and pretty excited for this draft. It's kind of an interesting time to get into the draft. It's like the only sport available. So I think, everybody's pretty excited to get this going. I hope the Packers pick tonight. That's my one wish out of this. I think they're going to get a good player. Just please pick tonight. That's my
Ryan, my big worry is that the Packers aren't going to pick tonight. That's besides Jordan Love to the Patriots, that's my biggest fear of the night is that the Packers are going to pull a rerun of 2017 when they could have drafted TJ Watt and they traded out of it. That's my biggest fear. But Matt Freilich also with us. Matt, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm glad to be with you gentlemen tonight. This is fun. You saw me run off screen very swiftly. I don't know what my cone time was, but I did return with a Milwaukee Brewing Company beverage. It's an outboard ale. It's okay. I got a pick 6 from Festival. Wisconsin people or Midwest people know what that is. So, pizza in the oven. I'm ready to go, man. Honestly, I couldn't be more excited for this draft.
I also couldn't be. I mean, it's ridiculous. See, guys, I'm still on the White Claw, so you're making me look silly. I was going to break out the beer stash later because
Alex, I have seltzers on deck. Do not worry. I'm too
okay. Good. I'm not alone here. See, I was going to go slow with the White Claw and then move into the beer of your childhood, Matt. That's a hint for you. But otherwise,
in the fridge too. Don't worry. I'm not judging you, but I'm starting off with a blueberry ale made right here in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
That's your favorite, Ryan.
Well, I've got
you love the blueberry. It's facts.
I love the blueberry ales. I love the waves. I love the Stanley Parks. We got some variety here, but I'm currently in a blueberry ale fad or phase, I guess you could say.
Okay. That's fair.
So I currently live and work in Mankato, Minnesota, former home of Minnesota Vikings training camp. And we are going with Mad Butcher out of the Mankato Brewery. It's a citrus IPA. If you like that fruity taste with a bitter aftertaste, it's their best-selling product, and it's a solid brew.
All right. I like it.
Not bad.
We got some variety here.
See, now I feel like I should have started with the spotted cow.
Go and get the beer. Come on.
You can always have two. That's not I won't yell at you if you have 2 beers, Alex. That's okay.
Well, I wouldn't consider White Claw beer. So if I have
no, but you can go get a beer and have a White Claw.
All right, I'm going to do it.
Whatever.
You can chase down.
You should.
With some.
Let me tweet out the link. Let me tell the 3 people that actually care about me out of the however many followers each of us have.
Fair.
And
shots fired.
No shots fired. No shots fired.
No shots fired. Sorry. Man.
What is it with? Hold on. Are you guys watching ESPN? You're about to get a weird. You're about to get a weird panel of a million Zoom calls of different living rooms because that's where.
There's no way that's actually happening like that.
And one of them is just a completely red square on this big monitor. What the hell is going on? Oh, 2 red screens. Oh, back to 1 red screen. Back to 2 red screens. 3 red screens. Oh my goodness.
As you guys
know,
imagine? We are off the cuff tonight, but my stream is even a minute behind yours. So I'm getting the feedback from you guys immediately. So
I don't even have a single screen up watching the draft, guys. I have nothing in front of
me. Matt, you got to figure that out because there's Roger in his basement. What a beautiful shot. Did you guys watch his tweet? Did you guys watch the video from his tweet earlier where he gave the tour of his basement? Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, for a guy who makes like $30 million a year, though, I was expecting a lot more out of his basement.
Were you?
Yes.
I know that's a good point. Like that was a popular mention in Twitter, like where it's like, hey, this dude's like not only has a sub man cave compared to most of my friends, but he's also pimping out He's also pimping out bows on the Microsoft Surface. Like that's just it. You can do better, Raj.
Yeah.
That's really
Raj.
Oh. All right, this is interesting, dude. Okay, so I got a proposition for you guys. Over under 2.5 for amount of times the draft has to get paused.
Ooh, over.
See, I did 2.5 on the radio show last night. I'll actually take the under. I feel like this will actually go way smoother than most people expected. I think they've tested it behind the scenes. I think it'll go smooth. You said it at 3.5, right?
2.5.
2.5.
I'd still take the under. I think we're going to get one team that gets disconnected, but that's not actually what happened, but that's their excuse. So I'm going to go with the under. I think we're just going to get one.
Well, let's talk through this. We're for sure going to get one, and that's going to be the Minnesota Vikings. Okay. Right?
I hope so. At least I hope so, right?
No, that's going to happen. They have 2 picks in the first round, so that could potentially be 2 right there. And then Dave Gettleman exists. So I'm going to take the over at 3. And
Dave Gettleman exists. Yep.
Over to 3.
Confirmed. Dave Gettleman is still a living human being. So, he will probably screw it up.
Person that is in charge of an NFL football team, and plus the 2 Vikings first-round picks. That's 3. I'm taking the
Vikings have to with 2, right? It's only making it just that much easier for them to trip on themselves.
They've already done it twice. They may as well do it twice tonight.
Here's the thing, though. Are they going to pick twice? Because the hot rumor today in Minnesota is they're going to be the most active team in the league, and they're moving up.
Of course they are.
Really?
They're thinking Trent Williams for like a 4th, and then they're thinking moving up for a receiver.
If Trent,
I don't hate that. If
I'm for a 4,
I don't either.
It would be a long gone.
That's best case scenario for Vikings, in my opinion.
A 4th round pick for Trent Williams?
That they're saying Washington's.
I don't hate that.
3 picks right now for offers.
What would you give for Trent Williams, Ryan?
It depends on the team and the pick, but I would probably
in the need, right?
If we're talking about like just taking an aggregate middle round value per round, I would say probably a 2nd round pick. I mean, he's an all-pro left tackle. Like if you're a team that's in need of that, a 2nd round pick, would you draft the next all-pro right tackle for the next 10 years for a 2nd round pick?
We're saying 4th.
Here's the thing. It's not what you want for a player. It's what you get for a player. And they have absolutely no leverage with Trent Williams right now.
0.
Yeah, I don't know. I think somebody ponies up for more than a 4th. But hey, if you can get him for a 4th, then we should trade for him. Jesus, like why draft a right tackle? Just, we should trade for him.
Yes, I'm up, boys.
Have they always done the national anthem before the draft?
See, and that's what I just tuned into that, and I was confused as hell. Okay.
I have the volume off, but I have Harry Connick Jr. speaking very intimately to me. I don't know what he's saying, but it's very intimate.
He's speaking.
I don't know who that
to
man
your
is,
soul.
but I'm assuming that's Harry Connick Jr.
Probably the man, the very handsome man in the black T-shirt. That's Harry Connick Jr.
Is he playing the piano?
He was at one point. He's going to give you an intimate speech in a minute. I like I said, I had the volume off, but they just featured 16 teams. One of them was the Packers, so I'm okay with ESPN right now. Regardless, guys, I do have a question that I want to talk about. And I know we've talked about this off of a live before and off of a, when it's just a session, we talk about it quite a bit, but we've never really come to terms with what we think is going to happen. The Packers pick at pick 30. Do the Green Bay Packers make the 30th pick in the NFL draft tonight? Do you say yes or no, and why? Ryan Soberg, we're going to start with you.
I think they trade up. That's my bold prediction tonight. A lot of people are saying trade down. A lot of people are saying stay there, offensive tackle, best player available, maybe a receiver. I think they trade up and get that offensive tackle if one of the top 4 are there. And I think they trade up if one of the weapons like Justin Jefferson is there at 20. You jump ahead of Philly. You jump ahead of Minnesota. I like that move.
I do as well, Ryan. I'm with you. I just don't know if they do it. I'll get to my pick in a bit. But Matt, we're going to go to you next, buddy. What do you think the Packers do at pick 30? Are they there?
I've been everywhere on this, guys. Like, I've been all across the board, and I've come to the conclusion they're going to trade 100%. And I'm just, again, I try to be level-headed. I try to, like, put the faith in Gutekunst and LaFleur and the whole squad, right? But, like, if they trade out of the first round, my heart's going to break. Like, I'm going to have all the memories from our 4.5 hours of stream, but good God, come out with, like, I want to buy a jersey tonight, right? Like, I want to know who I'm buying. Like, I don't care who it is. If it's an offensive lineman, it's coming home. Like, I just need a pick.
Hey, I don't want the heartbreak of the 2017 draft when the Packers traded out of the 29th pick, where they could have selected a guy named TJ Watt, which is what all of us Wisconsinites, at least, were hoping for. Obviously, they ended up getting Kevin King. So TJ Watt or Kevin King, I'll let you think that through on your own end. But Ryan, up in good old Canada, as I like to call it, my friend, what do you think the Packers do at pick number 30?
Well, it's really hard to say. I think a lot of that depends on how the board falls, but I'm pretty sure they're not picking at 30. And Gutekunst has picked 3 times and only once in the first round has stayed at that pick. Traded back from 14 to 30, then back up to 18 to take Jair Alexander.
Right pick.
Up to get Darnell Savage. Traded up to get Oren Burke. So if anything that he's shown, it's that when he finds a guy that he thinks is his guy, he's going to move to the spot that he thinks he needs to go to get him, whether that's back, whether that's forward. I'm okay with either, but I'm kind of with Matt. From an entertainment value, from a fan standpoint, I want them to make a pick tonight. But for what's best for the team, I think trade up or trade down are both viable options for the Packers.
Now, standing at pick 30 is a very weird situation that they seem to often be in. Right around that 25 to 32 range is kind of a weird place to be in the NFL draft. Not this year because of the slew of talent, but the Green Bay Packers at pick 30 right now, I think they do move out of the first round. I'm kind of dreading the point where we all of a sudden get the alert that the Packers traded out of pick 30. I think we talk a lot about it tomorrow. We write a very good blog about all the second round picks that the Packers brought in. But I really don't think the Packers pick tonight. I really want to see it. And I'm obsessed with the idea that Jordan Love is going to go 23rd to the New England Patriots and the Packers go ahead and get a linebacker or a wide receiver that's fallen. I just don't see that happening just because this draft is filled with so much talent. Nick Meisner chiming in on the YouTube chat. No trade downs, for the love of God. No trade downs, says Nick Meisner in the YouTube chat. You can chime in or chime in on Twitter using hashtag PWW Live. We appreciate you watching along and hanging out with us as Trey Wingo on ESPN is standing in front of a big wall of Zoom streams. So the ESPN stream, very entertaining. I want to talk about draft crushes, guys, because I haven't had the opportunity to do so. Even in every one of our conversations we've had off the air, all of the radio and podcast hits I've done, I've never talked about my draft crush. You guys know what mine is, so I'm not going to start with me. I want to go to Matt first because I know Matt probably has a list of 5 crushes maybe that he has in this NFL draft. Matt, I know you like a lot of guys.
Pun intended. Yeah. Like, yes. Honestly, here's where I'm at. There's a ton of draft crushes, but I like to scale that down to at least a few reasonable ones.
Right.
And like who that they actually can get. Do I think they could trade up and get a quality receiver in the top of the top 3? Yeah, sure. But like one of my draft crushes at receiver is T. Higgins. I think he's a viable option at 62. I would love to see them get the kid out of Clemson. That would be phenomenal. Kenneth Murray's one who I'm falling in love with even more as the days progress, because it's just like that's what I think they need at interior. You pair that with Christian Kirksey, like, holy cow, like, that's phenomenal. And outside of that, really, like, I don't have a ton more. For need, like, offensive tackles, sure, like Josh Jones, Jackson, whoever might fall, Cleveland, that's cool. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not going to crush over an offensive tackle or an offensive line in general, because it's just like, for what? Like, they're all the same to me. But like I said, like, interior linebacker is huge. If we could get Patrick Queen, that would be incredible. I think he's a little higher rated than Kenneth Murray, so he's going to go off the board quick. At that point, then I don't want receiver first round. That's why I lean more towards T. Higgins. I don't know if he's going to be there at 62, but Laviska Shenault's name I keep seeing that I love. And then defensive line, anyone on the D line would be great. Secondary, my 3-round mock was about Grant Delpit. Do I think he'll be there? No. Antoine Winfield was my second choice. Do I think he'll be there? Either no, and I just don't even think that's honestly a priority for the Green Bay Packers, but you never know. They might want that, like, Swiss Army knife nickelback to come in and be a plug and play for Mike Pettine's defense. But outside of that, really, like, my draft crush is a day one starter, more towards Darnell Savage, less towards the new number 52, Rashawn Gary.
Ryan Bowman, we're going to go to you next. Who's your draft crush this year? Because I know you might know more than all of us when it comes to prospects and guys in the later rounds. What do you know, my friend?
So, yeah, and that's kind of how I look at it is, crushes early, middle, late, and I try and look at it through that lens. And early, I really like guys like Jalen Reagor. I know he didn't test well at the combine, but his play tape is much different than those numbers. I like Brandon Ayuk. I know Ryan Schoberg is a huge fan of Brandon Ayuk and would be happy.
Bring him home.
Josh Jones, Matt talked about him. He's one of my favorite tackle prospects that I actually think is going to be available there at 30 or in and around that range, even potentially in a trade back. It's always fun to fall in love with these players, but in my old age, compared to some of the guys on the calls here, I've learned to not fall in love with people that may or may not be there on the board. I try and narrow the gap. So those are some guys I like. Obviously, Kenneth Murray, Patrick Queen, Matt talked about him. One guy I like in that late third round, Thaddeus Moss. I just watched the tape, and no, he's not that seam stretching burner down the middle of the field tight end, but he is a bruiser. He is a physical specimen that's really good at run blocking. And with Mercedes Lewis, on another 1-year deal as that, road grading, run blocking tight end, I think having Thaddeus Moss as a backup plan to kind of take that role next year would be absolutely amazing. And then one quick guy that I like, similarly in that third round, Akeem Davis-Gaither, linebacker. He is somebody that I think the Packers could be looking to add if they don't get a Patrick Queen or a Kenneth Murray in the first round. That's somebody that I've been able to snag in the third round consistently in mocks. So one other guy I'd throw out there that I just always love to pick up is Minnesota wide receiver Tyler Johnson. I think he is a great candidate for that third wide receiver that, is just a valuable piece to your football team in today's NFL. Alex, you are on mute.
That helps, doesn't it? When you tell me that, yeah, give me the heads up on that.
I love Tyler Johnson. I love Colin Johnson. I love Tyler Johnson. Like, one of those between 3 to 5th round guys. There's so many good receivers between the last few rounds you can grab.
Well, and we saw that in our 7-round collaborative mock draft where, we took Josh Jones at 30. We stood pat. We were going to basically take that wide receiver in the second round and saw Kenneth Murray dropping and said, we can't let that happen. We got to go up and get this guy. And that kind of made us, miss out on the top wide receiver prospects. But there in the 4th round was Tyler Johnson, who, is not going to blow anybody away with his numbers or his measurables, but he's just a really good football player sitting there in the 4th round that can contribute to your team. Then we stacked him up with, what was that wide receiver's name that we took right off the back there? Drawing a blank.
It was Schoberg's guy.
Hightower.
Hightower, right? Yeah,
Boise State kid.
Which like adds a totally different element. So, I know Packers fans are saying, speed, wide receiver, or bust in a lot of cases. But if they don't get that top tier of wide receivers, there are contributors later in the draft that can be good football players and help the Packers.
Ryan, we'll go to you. Other Ryan. You see, the Ryan thing confuses me. Ryan, that's in America, Minnesota.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, host. Can we just come up with nicknames for both of them at this point?
Call me Schoberg.
Schoberg.
That's what everyone.
I don't like it.
That's what everyone called me growing up.
I'm just going show.
I agree with show.
I like show.
I like show as well.
Showtime.
But then there's show and Bo. Like I don't.
How about Showtime?
I think
Showtime. I like Showtime. Showtime. We're going to you as Rye Guy 9998 chimes in on the YouTube chat. Go get Judy or Lamb, they say. Ryan, what are your big crushes in the NFL draft this year?
So I'm going to discuss that trade up scenario like I was talking earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, you guys in the chat, Judy, Lamb, hell yeah. I am all aboard. If we go for one of them and we don't give up a first-round pick for next year, I'm in. If we do give up that first-round pick for next year, I'm out. I don't like that. But I think the more realistic trade up is with 20 and Jacksonville. That gives us Justin Jefferson right before that Philadelphia pick, right before that Minnesota pick, where Justin Jefferson's being mocked quite a bit. If you were to stay at 30, I see an Antoine Winfield Jr. type pick. He's from Minnesota. That Swiss Army knife that you really get in the defense that Mike Pettin really covets back there. And he is a playmaking machine when he's healthy. That health is a big question mark. If they stay at 30 again, Brandon Ayuk, you guys were saying that's kind of my guy. He is the yak monster of this draft. His tape is so fun to watch. It's better than his numbers, which were still elite to begin with. But if you see that trade back scenario or maybe mid-round guys, Tyler Biadasz, you Wisconsin Knights all know him. He's a great center for the Badgers the last 3-4 years. He was hurt this past year. If he would have came out last year, he was a first-round pick. He decided to come out, play for the Badgers, plays hurt all season, and now he's projected to go in the 3rd or 4th round. He's not a bad player. Packers pick him up, great pick. And then shout out to Division III player Ben Barch out of St. John's here.
That's your guy. That is your guy.
Yes. You were clamoring.
That's actually his guy.
He's a
screw Brandon Ayuk. That's his.
Yes. He's a former tight end. He's athletic. He's good in that zone running scheme that Matt LaFleur loves to deploy out there. It'll take a year, but hey, that's why we signed what's his face from Detroit. I forget his name right now.
Ricky Wagner.
Yeah, there you go, Rick Wagner. He's the Badger. How do I forget that?
Come on, man. Shout out to the Badgers here. Hey, just a quick time check here. We have 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes until the Bengals make their pick. Also, just a shout out. We've got Mitch Page. That's one of my best friends. He is a hardcore Vikings fans. He's in the chat. And we've also got Stilly Ryan.
The pick is in. Sorry to interrupt you, Ryan.
There's 3 Ryans on this chat out of like 6 people.
Hey, get me to Stilly Ryan's comment. We got to shout him out.
Says, hey, Schoberg, this is Stilly Ryan from Twitter, another Minnesotan. So we got a very like Minnesota vibe between Schoberg, Stilly Ryan, and my good buddy Mitch here. Mitch, feel free, if you want that Zoom link to dial in and give us a fan reaction on the Vikings pick, you just let us know.
Absolutely.
Billy Ryan and I are both Minnesota Packer fans, and we have to stick together over here. So,
Manitoba, the province I live in Canada, has a really, really high Icelandic population. So there are a lot of Minnesota fans over here, lots of Packer fans, some Bears and Lions fans. The NFC North is represented well in the prairies of Canada here.
The Bengals pick is in. We know who it's going to be because
why'd it take so long?
Come on. Exactly. That's what I was curious about as well, Ryan. Is
technical difficulties.
They took 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes almost before they actually selected the fact the pick was in.
Sure.
Maybe
they've been on the clock. They've been on the clock since December. Like, I don't understand. Why does it always take that extra 10 minutes?
Because they want the TV networks to have time.
Can the Bengals possibly screw this up? Like,
yes,
can they screw this up?
If you don't pick Joe Burrow as the Cincinnati Bengals, you screw it up. That's it.
Joe Burrow just looked at his phone and was like, shrugged. He just looked at his phone and was like, and it went out. So here we go.
Well, here's the pick. The selection from Cincinnati is Joe Burrow, the quarterback from Louisiana State University. And you know what, guys? I'll start off with the maybe not even a hot take, but just to introduce who this guy is. Joe Burrow, if you haven't seen him, you probably should. He just posted the best college football season of all time. That might be debated later, but right now I'm going to go with that. Bowman, we're going to start with you. Joe Burrow, what do you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a slam dunk here. I asked myself, can the Bengals screw this up? They could, but they didn't. Joe Burrow is an absolute beast. You saw him on that run towards that national title.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
We don't want to lose that.
It's that Canadian signal.
It's that Canadian signal. Bowman, we lost you for a minute there.
Okay. You guys got me back? Or
we got you good now. Good and fresh.
Cool. Sorry about that, guys. I mean, I am streaming the game and I'm streaming here, so the bandwidth is getting sucked dry. But yeah, I was basically just saying it's a slam dunk. You can't – this was like the thing that the Bengals can't screw it up, and I hope that they didn't because, I got a good buddy, Kelly, who is a big Bengals fan. So happy for him that he gets a guy like Joe Burrow who, by all accounts, you're going to think is going to be a franchise quarterback for the next 10 years.
Look, Ryan, I think Joe Burrow is absolutely a star. I don't see this guy. Like, I think personally, and Ryan and Matt, you're welcome to debate me on this, but I think Joe Burrow personally, his floor is a Dak Prescott. I don't think this guy's floor is any lower than a franchise quarterback. Schoberg, I'm going to go to you because I can see you're listening, you're reacting. You got to love Joe Burrow right now, obviously, but what do you think he can do in the big leagues?
All right, so you look at, they're showing this on ESPN right now. His pocket awareness, Aaron Rodgers-esque in the pocket. Yep. I'm not saying he is Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball, but if you can move around in the pocket like Joe Burrow can move around in the pocket, you're going to be able to do a lot more things than a guy who just stands there a la Kirk Cousins. But that's beside the point. Joe Burrow's going to be a star in this league. Like you said, that floor might be like Dak Prescott, and that ceiling might not be – no, he's going to be a superstar. That ceiling is unlimited. He's 23 already, so he'll have to get it going a little bit faster than some of these younger guys, but I think he'll be able to figure it out pretty quick.
See, I disagree. Like, I think I agree his floor is Dak Prescott, but like, I don't think his ceiling's unlimited. Like, I think we've seen a very, very high ceiling from what he's going to produce in the league. And like, they had offensive talent across the board. Ryan Bowman already talked. Thaddeus Young. They had the running back. They had Justin Jefferson. They're going to have the best receiver in college football next year. I forget the kid's, what's his name? You're muted.
Jamar I like Chase.
That you're muting yourself. Jamar Chase. That guy's incredible, right? Even against top talent. So like, I think some of Joe Burrow's numbers are reflected from that offense and just that talent that was around him. But you could take the other side and say that it was just, Joe Burrow just distributing to Justin Jefferson, letting him have all those touchdowns and catches and yards. But I don't know, man. Like, his floor is that's a good comparison, Alex. Dak Prescott. I respect that, but I'm like,
I don't know if it's a great comparison, but I think it's a good slot for his absolute floor. Like,
right.
Dak Prescott is still technically, I think I'd qualify as a star in the NFL, even though he's not great.
He's a gamer.
Right. He's a gamer. He is a franchise quarterback. And those guys get attention. I don't think Joe Burrow is out of the league in the next decade unless he gets hurt, which God forbid. But I think Joe Burrow is absolutely the best quarterback we've seen in a draft class in at least a couple of years. I think he's the best quarterback in the draft class from last year and the year before, I think, at least in my mind. maybe besides Patrick Mahomes.
Here's a comp for you. How about Andrew Luck?
Sure,
He's got an arm like Luck. He can move in the pocket like Luck. I mean, not every player has to have that perfect comp, but I mean, Andrew Luck is somewhat of a similar player, and he had that hype coming out of college, maybe for a longer time than Joe Burrow did. But both of them definitely highly regarded going into the draft.
And you know, my favorite football player maybe ever was, or maybe draft prospect, I should say, was Andrew Luck. Guys, Washington's next. I had my good friend Denton Day, who is a national radio host on SB Nation Radio. He's located out of Washington, D.C. I had him on a radio show yesterday, and he talked to me about the Washington Redskins pick there at number 2. And, you know, me in the back of my head, I'm just kind of thinking, you know, the team to screw it up, you know, the first team that's going to fuck it up is going to be the Washington Redskins. And at 2, if they don't pick Chase Young, they're idiotic. Schoberg, right?
I agree, unless they were to get a huge package to trade down. Because they said today a lot of these, they've been fielding calls for days and days and days
absolutely,
about the number 2 pick. Just depends on how big that package gets for if someone wants Herbert or if we'll get to Herbert later. But if someone were to want Tua, yeah, I think Washington, if they were to pick here, which it looks like they're going to, and if they don't pick Chase Young, it reflects their franchise, which we all know how the Redskins are.
Dan Snyder's gonna Dan Snyder, you know, like that's just the way it goes. But sorry guys, I dropped off there. My I must be saturating, or the fiance is up there on the Wi-Fi or something. I got a
Canadian connection, man.
Hey, listen, I work for a service provider. My internet speeds are fantastic. That's not it. All right. So hey, quick shout out. We got my brother Jeremy on the chat. He's joined us. So we've got a good little crew in there repping Canada as well. So go Pack Go, right? No, he's a Broncos fan. Never mind.
So will we have fans in the stands? Speaking of Go Pack Go, that's an interesting question going forward, because I try to make it out to one game a year in Green Bay. That doesn't always work out, but that would be a real bummer if we don't even have that option this year.
Yeah, it would be something. Let me ask you guys this. Would you take a season without fans in the stands over, you know, a shortened season or something along those lines? Would you rather see them cut it down to 12 or 14 games, or potentially play some games without fans at all?
So I'm thinking you just cut out, I don't know how you decide it, but you cut out an extra divisional game. That's what I'm thinking. So you end up playing like a 12-game schedule. And I just
I would go the other way.
I really haven't let my mind go there, though. I haven't let my mind to go there to think there's not going to be a season, but I think there is going to be some sort of. My fear is that they're going to test people at stadiums, and then if someone does still get through with the coronavirus and someone gets infected there, they're going to have ramifications of legality against them. That's my biggest fear.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I would go the other way with it. I think the division games stay as the most important thing that determines, you know, you're the division winner, your seeding in the NFC, and you know, who are we playing from the AFC this year on rotation? Whatever division you're playing in your once every 4 years rotations. Those would be the games that I would eliminate, those uncommon opponents that don't have anything to do with your conference wins. Because I think when you're trying to get into the tiebreakers, when you're trying to get into division wins and common opponents and strength of victory, it's better to have those NFC games and those divisional games on the slate. That's just where I come from.
Going off what you're saying, maybe, anyway. I had a thought, and now it's gone.
That happens,
What were you just talking about, sir?
I was talking about, the fans in the stands and which games. Speaking
of that, the NFL, in my opinion, has the most balanced schedule in all of sports, and it's so perfectly laid out. And now 17 games just completely explodes that. And I love more football. I love the idea of more football, another week of football. That's great. I hate the idea that it will no longer be such a balanced schedule across the board. Because now who do you replace that with? Do you keep going with, oh, I'm a division winner, so I get the other division winners? And then it makes it a pretty unbalanced schedule if you get 2 of those games compared to 1 before.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on the fence, and Jeremy chiming in saying the fans are such an integral part of the game. I watched Australian rugby with no fans in the stands, even worse. WrestleMania with no fans really, really sucked. So, I get that part of it too. I wonder, where I think that was the question that I posed originally was, would you rather have a shortened season with fans, or would you rather see some games and a full season worth of games with part of those games not having any fans in attendance? You're on mute, Schoberg.
So Chase Young was just picked, correct?
He was just picked.
He was. I was just about to talk about that.
Are on the clock now.
All right, what do we got, guys? Who wants to break him down first?
Well, Chase Young, obviously he's just a fucking freak. So I really I like that they're doing. I'm just watching the TV. They're making comparisons to Jadeveon Clowney. Chase Young's that obviously at the college level destructible and just the guy that just disrupts any type of thing you throw at him on the defensive side. So huge Chase Young guy. Ryan, more of a draft expert than I am. Bring me to it.
I mean, I guess if you say that, I think we're both pretty good in that area. But
we've done enough research, right?
Yes. Regardless, Chase Young's best player in this draft. Watching him against the Badgers this year, he was a man amongst boys, and he's going against Cole Van Lanen, who's going to be a draft pick in his own right when he decides his day to come. So Chase Young,
good Green Bay kid.
Yeah, exactly. Bayport, right? Yeah, Chase Young missed 3 games due to suspension this year. Still put up 14 sacks. Like, dude's just playing with a bunch of kids, and you can tell he's a lot bigger, a lot faster, a lot stronger, a la Jadeveon Clowney in college, in the college game.
Ryan, do you think that's a fair comparison, Jadeveon Clowney?
I think it's a fair comparison. I just think Chase Young will probably be more productive. Jadeveon Clowney's a productive player, but he doesn't have the numbers to back it up, but he has the analytics to back it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a guy that gets you a lot of pass rush that don't necessarily equate to sacks. And, if you ask Mike Smith, the linebackers coach for Green Bay, he'll tell you all he wants is pressures. Pressures are just as important as sacks. So, and I think Jadeveon Clowney is kind of a victim of pressures that don't equate to sacks. But I think you're right, Ryan, in saying that Chase Young has that little extra gear that will equate to finishing those plays and not just putting pressures on. Like you said.
And Ryan, sorry to cut you off, but the Lions pick is in. I assume they go Jeffrey Okudah here. Let's see what they do.
They better.
You would think.
And they do. They do go Jeffrey Okudah. So, Matt, I'll get to you since we haven't heard from you in a minute. Jeffrey Okudah, obviously, we knew he'd probably slot in here at the 3rd pick. But the best cornerback in the draft, the best defensive back in the draft, and other than Chase Young, the best defensive player in the draft, a no-brainer for Detroit there, Matt.
Absolutely. I mean, sorry, I thought it was muted. No, absolutely. He ranks up there with a Jalen Ramsey, Patrick Peterson, where just they're going to be day one starters. And it's I was doing mocks the last few days, of course, like everyone else, and I'm just how great was Ohio State's defense? I mean, you have the number 1 player in the country, plus you have the number 1 defensive back on your team. Good for them. But I mean, Okudah's essentially what they needed, right? They went out and they released or traded Slay. Regardless, it doesn't really matter. But they replaced him with Desmond Trufant. So now they actually have Trufant and Okudah to pair as their 1 and 2, which is actually damn good. And if they shore up that secondary a little bit more, they might have I don't know. I was trying to think of the NFC North, but like the Bears have a good secondary. Packers still do. Minnesota's depleted. So good for the Lions, man. Like I still think they have a lot of holes, a lot of weaknesses, but Okudah's a stud. Like he ranks up there with those guys like Pat Pete and Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a statement, Matt. Brian, just you in a second. I was just saying that the division is always so hard to predict. The NFC North is, because Detroit could always be a 6 to 9 win team, but they never are. It seems like as of lately. But and Chicago had their good years. Minnesota obviously still on kind of a tear here. Ryan, we'll go to you now.
Yeah, I mean, he's a clean player. He's a blue chip player. You have no red flags with Okudah. He is the top defensive player outside of Chase Young in this draft. Part of me thought they may trade this pick and go a few picks back to a team like Los Angeles Chargers that want to, hop ahead of Miami and potentially grab, Tua there or something like that. So and another part of me thought maybe Matt Stafford, is on the back nine of his career, back problems. Maybe they'd take a QB right there, but you can't fault them for taking Okudah at number 3. I think that's probably outside of Joe Burrow and Chase Young in mock drafts where I've seen him go pretty much 100% of the time. So no surprises there for me.
Schoberg, anything on Okudah, or if you want to talk about the Giants pick coming up here, you can do either or both.
Let's go Okudah, and then I'll transition us in here. Well, I think first off, I'm going to say we escaped my biggest sneaky fear of the draft. My biggest sneaky fear of the draft was someone was going to just trade an ass load to Detroit for the number 3 pick and pick whatever quarterback they want there. And since that didn't happen, they did pick a really good player in Jeff Okudah, in my opinion. Like you guys said, blue chip prospect, all that stuff. I don't think he has the ceiling of like a Patrick Peterson, but I don't think he has a low floor. I think he's a really high floor, low ceiling player, and a very safe pick at number 3 here for Detroit, which let's question Detroit's management here quick, because they just traded away a franchise type corner in Darius Slay for a 4th to Philadelphia. And then they used their first pick after that for a cornerback. That doesn't make much sense to me, but I don't know. How about number 4 here though? Giants, what are you guys thinking here?
Well, they're stuck on the NFL draft graphic for me. They were about to make the transition. They just stuck it with the NFL draft thing in the middle. So they're on commercial. We'll get to it. Frelick, it seems obvious. Who do you think the Giants go with here?
Dude, Isaiah Simmons. This kid's incredible. Like
he's unreal.
He's Jabril Peppers 2.0. And I say 2.0 because I hope he's twice as good as Jabril, because I think Peppers is still in the league, but it hasn't been as promising as everyone thought coming from Michigan. So,
right.
I mean, where do you play him? Honestly, like, do you have him rush the edge? You put him inside backer as like a nickel or a dime guy? Like, I can't understand it, but it's a good problem to have if you're Dave Gettleman. Like, he really would have to. I mean, he could get multiple paper cuts on his packet that he's going through, but I think he's still going to end up finding Isaiah Simmons at some point in this 10-minute frame and pick him. Like, he's just a stud. Like, how would you not want him? Secondary, my dad texted me, Alex sounds like Mel Kiper, so take that for what it is.
I've heard that a couple times, and since Todd McShay, who announced today that he was diagnosed, unfortunately, with coronavirus, hope he gets better. But I've always said, anytime I say the word Todd,
I was just going to tell you to do that.
I sound just like Mel Kiper. So, Mr. Frelick, there you have it, my friend. Schoberg, let's go to you. Who did the Giants take here and why?
I think they're going to take the best tackle on the board. Everyone is going between these top 4 tackles. No one really has a consensus number 1. It's just kind of that top group.
Who's your number 1?
My number 1 is Tristan Wirfs.
And you think he goes here?
I think he goes here to New York, to the Giants, yeah. And then I think Isaiah Simmons maybe falls to 6 or 7.
See, I think Simmons will fall into the double digits personally, although I think he might be the best player in the draft in Isaiah Simmons. I think there just might be a way where we see a tackle slew, a couple quarterbacks go. I mean, we're going to see 3 quarterbacks go in the top 10, I imagine. There's no way we don't see 3 quarterbacks go at least in the top 10. Maybe I can stretch it to 11. But there's going to be 3 quarterbacks going soon. I think the tackles fall here, though I don't think Wirfs is a bad call here. Ryan, Matt, we'll go to you. Who do you think goes here at number 4 to the Giants?
I think it's going to be a tackle, but I don't think it's going to be Tristan Wirfs. I think it's going to be Jedrick Wills, tackle out of Alabama. I have him rated above Wirfs for myself. It's not that big of a gap. You know, they're both very, very good players.
Can't go wrong.
I think when they draft Daniel Jones and you look at the tape last year with the Giants, one of the things they need to protect Daniel Jones. They got Saquon Barkley. They've got some talent at wide receiver, although I think it's too early for a wide receiver here. So they could. The pick is in. I was going to say they could trade back, but I think it's going to be Jedrick Wills, tackle out of Alabama.
Matt, finally, we'll go to you. Before it gets in, call your shot here, my friend.
I'm going Isaiah Simmons. Like, I just think they have invested free agent capital and picks into the offensive line, and like, I don't hate protecting Daniel Jones, but that defense it is not a top 20 defense. They need a lot of help that way, and I think what better way than get a we keep using the term Swiss Army knife, but go ahead and get Isaiah Simmons. I think that would be a great way to do it.
Well, Isaiah Simmons is the definition of a Swiss Army knife in the NFL draft. So we'll see what happens here. Schoberg, you're all lit up for me. I don't know if that is for everybody else.
No, dude. Got my rosacea showing. Whenever I have a few brews, my face gets all red.
You're like it. Well, besides that, but like you have yellow around your frame here.
Well, now it's gone. It's back to you, Matt, now. But
it is. I don't know. There's just stuff. Who knows? I mean,
there's just stuff. There's just stuff.
There's just IT problems, man. Like, what do you want? Like, there's going to be a frame around Roger Goodell in no time. Like, it's just going to happen.
I just love that. Look at that. They give the B-roll. They give the B-roll of all the coaches. Like, why is the camera set up there? Showing his back wall, the lighting system, the painting that isn't even in his frame, more than likely. For the NFL, the NFL draft war rooms. It's just so weird how these are happening, right? So these are 2 guys that are strictly communicating. Gettleman and the Giants coach, and they're just sitting in these weird rooms that are just half empty outside.
Anybody surprised that Gettleman doesn't have like 6 monitors like most other GMs? Like, he's got 2 monitors and his like wife's pillows on the chair. Like, it's so Gettleman.
I'm disappointed. Gettleman doesn't have just like a big calculator. Just calculator. Just some big that he can crunch stats.
Crunch some numbers.
No, not a calculator that you go like this with. A calculator where you're sliding the beads.
Oh, like that.
Here we go. The pick's coming up, I think.
And here it is.
Got it early.
It will be the following player, Andrew Thomas out of Georgia, the tackle.
Andrew Thomas is the first tackle. Wow.
That's surprising, man. I didn't expect him to be the first tackle.
There was a lot of buzz for him the last couple days.
Yeah, I had him as my second rated tackle. I had Wills ahead of him, but that's a good pick. That's a good pick. I like Andrew Thomas a lot. He's going to be a plug and play starter at left or right tackle. He can do both.
How about this? Miami was tanking for Tua all season, and they don't get the first pick. They get the 5th pick, and they might end up with Tua.
And select Justin Herbert instead.
Oh.
I
plead the 5th.
Although I do think they take a quarterback here, I don't think it'll be Tua. I don't think Tua goes number 5.
Or what?
I don't even know. Though I do think obviously their biggest need is quarterback right now. They need a starting quarterback. The odds are they go Tua. Just from my perspective, I'm thinking, the injuries might have scared them. Maybe they go Herbert. I just think Jordan Love, and I know you guys are sick of hearing me talk about Jordan Love, and all 3 of you are sick of hearing me talk about Jordan Love. Jordan Love is my favorite quarterback in the draft. I think he's going to be a star. But I also thought
Burrow.
Burrow's going to be a star, no doubt about it. Everybody loves Burrow. I think my favorite guy besides Burrow is Love, a quarterback at least.
Wow.
I think that Tua's injuries really scare me, and I don't think Herbert is going to transition well. I think Jordan Love is the second best quarterback prospect in this draft. I don't think they do that here. I think they actually go defense. I think just they shock everybody and they don't go quarterback here.
No.
That's insane. Is that an insane thought? Is that just an absolutely insane?
Okay, we need to take the horse down for 1 second because Tua is better than Herbert. There's no question. Like, Jordan Love's great and all, but I'm not taking him over Tua personally. In defense, like, who honestly knows what the Dolphins are doing? Like, it's the Dolphins, the Vikings, and there's like two other teams that I'm super interested, like the Raiders, to see what they're gonna do with all that first round talent. And there was talks today of Miami possibly moving up to like leapfrog to the number 1 pick. Clearly it didn't happen, but they had the draft capital to do so. So
they're rebuilding.
Like, you don't have a franchise quarterback. Get a guy, right?
Exactly.
Like, I don't think it's
if you're gonna start a rebuild and if you're gonna start a rebuild and you're gonna trade all away your good players to get picks, you got to start that rebuild with a quarterback. And it's not Ryan Fitzpatrick, and apparently it's not Josh Rosen, although I don't think he's been given a fair shot there. But any pick besides a quarterback would absolutely shock me here. I think Matt's 100% correct. Like, you have to get your guy here. You don't know when you're going to be sitting in this position to get that guy again. So he's on the board.
Key. That's the key. You said you don't know when you're going to be in this position again. And I was thinking today, a Miami Dolphins hypothetical. And the only thing that was keeping me back from not drafting a quarterback is you don't have 3 first-round picks next year. And if you were guaranteed to have those 3 first-round picks next year, I would say take a position player here and you tank for Trevor next year or Justin Fields. But you're not guaranteed to be in this position again. So that's why you take the quarterback now and the quarterback that you love and you move on.
So what quarterback are you taking then, guys? Like, I'm taking Tua every day of the week, Tua. Right? If you have Rosen, you can get by with Rosen. Bowman, what about you?
I'm taking Tua here. If I'm going quarterback for Miami, I'm going Tua. Like,
I see what Alex did. He set us up to just talk amongst ourselves while he went and took a leak. Like, I get it. Like, that was smart.
It wasn't even a leak. It was more to grab the beer probably of your childhood. The beer of your childhood, Matt.
Point special is making an appearance on PWW Live. Shout out all my roommates from college.
No sponsor. No, not a sponsor yet. Not a sponsor yet.
Hey, you guys that are from Point and live in Point need to get on the phone with Point Special, because that could be the first sponsor. You know,
well, if we're gonna do a beer here, we've got a Trans Canada Brewing Company Portager, which is Portage La Prairie's, like a town just about 45 minutes outside of Winnipeg, so that's named after that. It's a delicious brew. Mitch has had it a few times. He can attest to the quality.
Ryan, does your beer have an accent?
Do I have an accent?
Does your beer have
an accent? That's right, when we lose him.
Yeah.
What are the odds of that?
He's frozen. I thought he didn't know how to respond.
That's how we lose the foul. Oh, no, he's back now. We got Ryan now. Hit us, Ryan.
Does your beer have an accent?
So I would answer that with, it depends on if I have an accent or not. So
you do.
My beer has whatever accent I have. If that's like, I feel like I'm not like the Family Guy version of Canadians where they're like, "Oh, how you doing there? Get to," like, that's not how I talk.
That's like Minnesotan too, but it's not.
I've heard that. We go down to Minnesota and North Dakota all the time, and like there's not much difference between how those two demographics talk, but I can definitely hear the Wisconsin in your guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, get out of there.
Oh yeah, bud. Just go ahead. Just go ahead and continue your NFL draft speech, bud.
We'll keep her moving.
And Ryan, Ryan, lucky for you, you're not like a Canadian South Park character either. Like your head's attached to the bottom.
Your head is
attached.
Right? See, I've almost made that joke 8 times.
Yeah. I mean,
dude. Hey, straighten something
like
out.
A little bit more chill version of you guys. Like
Straighten something out for me. Is Terrence and Phillip that big up there?
Terrence and Phillip? Yeah, man. Craft dinner. Fuck, dude. Like,
I don't know anything about Terrence and Phillip, so I mean, other than it's on South Park.
Terrence and Phillip is the Canadian cartoon in South Park.
Terrence.
I know that, but I didn't know it was like an actual real thing. I thought it was a made-up cartoon for South Park that was Canadian.
It's not a real thing. It was a sarcastic question. The more we get to know each other, the more you guys will pick up on that. Where like I'm 50% serious.
I picked up on it immediately.
For
the record.
But I didn't know if it was actually.
And there goes Tua Tagovailoa to the Miami Dolphins. I know the first 5 picks of this draft has been at least relatively easy. It seems. Now this is where it gets fun. Is at least either 6 or post 6, but Tua to Miami regardless. Hey, Shelberg, I'm going to throw a question at you because I appreciate your opinion. Do you go Rosen or Tagovailoa week 1 of the 2020 season?
Neither. I'm going to go with C, Ryan Fitzpatrick, and trade Rosen to his 3rd team in 3 years, which, hey, I will say, totally unfair to the kid. I think he still does have that chance to be an NFL starter.
I do too.
He just needs to get that opportunity, but that's not in Miami. So you know what? You trade him, you maybe garner a 3rd, 4th round pick, and you move on.
Hey, I love that Matt, who stopped in the middle of typing Tua Tagovailoa, has gone ahead to his phone to start Googling what Tagovailoa is spelled like. And although I cannot spell it off the top of my head, I just love that he typed Tua as well. He made it fun. Bowman, we'll go to you now. Tua Tagovailoa, obviously we know what he's done in the big games. My favorite Canadian, what do you know? Oh, no, we lost him. He's gone all of a sudden. As soon as I start talking to him, he's gone. You know what? Matt, bring you in.
First of all, I was tweeting out our tweets about the draft. Second of all, I got distracted and I was looking up how to spell Tua's last name, and I thought I knew how to spell it, and I still don't. And let me get back to that.
You're welcome back to that.
How did you like? That's good. I'm impressed that you were able to pick up on that. Like
it wasn't hard, Matt. I'm just gonna give you the.
It shouldn't be.
Because like I said, I have no idea how in the hell to spell Tagovailoa, because it's not pronounced how it's spelled either. I know that. So, here we go. I just got a notification. Tagovailoa. Tagovailoa. There you go. But Miami's got their quarterback now. It's interesting, and Schoberg said it. You look at Ryan Fitzpatrick, you look at Josh Rosen, and now you got Tua Tagovailoa. So clearly, Miami is not comfortable with their quarterback room as it stands. We'll see if Los Angeles, the Chargers, that is, are comfortable with their quarterback room, as I imagine they go Justin Herbert there, but I wouldn't be shocked if they did not go quarterback here.
Did we lose the Canadian again?
We lost him again. Right as I asked him a question right before you had left just prior, I asked him a question. All of a sudden, his stream just dropped out as I was tossing it to him. So we had to do some mix up. But yeah, we lost the Canadian connection here.
So a little Packers Worldwide behind the scenes. Before the show started today, Alex was showing off some White Claws. It gave me the itch.
Good.
I've made the switch.
Good.
Make fun of me all you want, comment section. I don't care.
Hey, I drank a 12-pack before I even started the Zoom call.
All right. You do live in Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
I do live in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. There's no doubt about that. Hey, guys, tell Alex to let me back in. A DM we just got from Ryan Bowman. Chargers pick still not in. I'm intrigued by that. I'm confused.
Are they getting calls, or are they taking Herbert?
Guys,
I think they're getting calls. They have to be getting calls.
Gentlemen.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey.
Best White Claw flavor go.
Raspberry, no doubt.
Okay, see now I drank a 12-pack.
It's mango by a country mile.
It's not mango. It's not mango.
No.
Mango is the fourth best if you take mango in the original pack of White Claws. Mango is fourth.
Like lime. You like lime?
But
Mango's like the
I
redheaded
really so I tried
stepchild.
guys, hear me out here. I tried the new pack today. I tried the new 4-pack. It was watermelon, tangerine, mango, and lemon was the fourth. Yeah. Lemon was delicious. Lemon was really good.
Yet.
Watermelon was good. I think they're better than the original, maybe because that's recency bias. I had them recently, as in today, so maybe I'm full of shit. I don't know.
Hey guys, we got a special visitor here. My daughter Aubrey. She is a full
Hi, Aubrey.
That as well. Aubrey, what do you got to say? Go Packers?
Yeah.
Say it. Go Pack, go.
Come on, Aubrey, you got Go Pack going to you.
Right.
Go Pack, go.
Good work. She's rocking a classic Jordy Nelson here, guys. I don't know if you guys can see, but she's rocking number 87. And
I have a Jordy jersey somewhere.
You know,
I want my Aaron Rodgers one.
you want your Aaron Rodgers one? We'll go get your Aaron Rodgers one on that.
Hey, speaking of which, Aaron Rodgers just popped on the TV.
There we go. There we go.
How what a great transition.
It was like we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It was perfect.
Luke Kuechly retires. Isaiah Simmons, number 7 to Carolina.
I think Jordan Love, and not to disremark your point, Showbird, but I think Jordan Love goes right here.
Justin Herbert, if it's one of those two.
Yeah,
I think it's Herbert here. But yeah,
I think it's Herbert here too. But now that I'm thinking about it, I wouldn't be shocked if Love win here. Herbert is the obvious choice.
We are not getting into Carolina. We are not getting into Justin Herbert until he's drafted, because I'm sure all of us have a lot to say.
I have a lot to say about Justin Herbert.
Fair. As do I.
Hey guys, my buddy Mitch may join us in the Zoom.
Good.
I sent him an invite there, so Alex, keep an eye out for him.
Will do.
He's got Thursday night poker while he's watching the draft, but he might try and jump on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Give us a fan reaction if the Vikings make a selection. Hopefully not Justin Jefferson. The thing of
we got here the Chargers.
How about this for a talker, since we're kind of waiting on this pick here? Which wide receiver goes for, or like when do we see the first wide receiver go?
I'm going to say it's going to be to the Carolina Panthers, CeeDee Lamb.
No way.
No.
I also think it'll be CeeDee before Jerry Jeudy. I do think it'll be CeeDee Lamb before Jerry Jeudy.
It should be. It should be.
I think Jags pick a receiver, no doubt.
I'll go 12.
I think the Jags. Matt. I think I might be with you there. I think the Jags.
What about the Jets? You don't think the Jets would take one?
I think the Jets might trade.
Jets need a wide receiver too, for sure. Like if it gets past Carolina, who I think should.
There goes Herbert. Hold on. Sorry to interrupt you, Ryan. But Justin Herbert has been drafted by the Los Angeles Chargers at pick 6. Schoberg, you puked. What's going on here?
Shout out to the biggest Oregon fan I know, Riley Nordquist. If you're watching this, turn it off until after this analysis of your QB of the last couple of years. I've been anti-Justin Herbert for 3 years, ever since he became the starter. He's a big body. He's a strong arm. That's about it. He's a lot like Josh Allen coming out of college, which if he progresses, he can be pretty good. He's got those natural tools, but most of those guys who are regarded with a huge arm and a little bit of athletic ability, most of them, just being frank, don't work out. And Justin Herbert, watching him last year, and namely in the Rose Bowl against Wisconsin, the only way he scored against the Badgers was with his feet. He was off on a lot of throws. He was throwing at a lot of his receivers' feet. And a lot of people were saying he didn't have a lot of help. Well, he wasn't giving them very good balls to have them help him. So I'm just not a big Justin Herbert fan. I don't like this pick from LA Chargers. Sick new uniforms Chargers, not a sick top 10 pick.
Well, I disagree. I will give you the satisfaction of your take. I like Justin Herbert. Don't love him. Like I said, my quarterback rankings go Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Tua. But that's just me. That's just how I see it. And I'm probably an idiot and wrong, which is the case most of the time, Ryan. So I won't dog on you too much. But the other Ryan Bowman, I want to go to you. Justin Herbert, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the order that I had the quarterbacks ranked in, so I'm not super surprised. I had it Burrow to Herbert, then Love in the top 4 QBs there. So, I think in this position with Phillip Rivers, gone, and the Tyrod Taylor is not the future quarterback of the Los Angeles Chargers, they need a quarterback. They're in a similar position as the Miami Dolphins, where, a guy that they're comfortable with, that they view as a franchise quarterback, is on the board, and they don't know when the next time they're going to be drafting 6th overall with a guy like that there. So do I think he is a, plug and play franchise quarterback? Not necessarily, but I think the talent is there for him to become that.
Matt, I'm going to go to you now that the Carolina Panthers pick is in. What do you think here at the Panthers pick? They could go a couple different directions.
It seems Derrick Brown. Well, that's true. It seemed like Derrick Brown all along, but I was trying to get a word in earlier and I couldn't. But that Isaiah Simmons, holy shit, that's a great pick.
That's
true.
Good for. I don't think that. I mean, now they're in a spot because it seemed like Derrick Brown the whole time. D lineman from Auburn, that was the guy, and now it's like they actually have a decision to make. I don't know who I would pick, but I know you're ahead of me right now, Alex. Do you have the pick in yet?
No, nothing yet. Sorry for the delay.
Good. No, you're fine. I
think it's going to be Simmons.
No.
I mean, with Kuechly retiring and Simmons there on the board, it's hard.
I think that's an obvious pick. I think he's probably, besides Okudah, I think he would be the best defensive player in the draft. So I'm not surprised he dropped to 7. If he drops out of the top 10, I'd be absolutely shocked. I mean, that would be, because I think Simmons is the next big thing in the NFL. Schoberg, what do you got?
Yeah, he Swiss Army knife, like we've been saying all night. But no, yeah, the question is, where do you play him? And for me, it's where don't you play him? No matter what the package is, you can find a spot for him, whether that's probably his best spot for my money, linebacker, that big nickel safety type hybrid linebacker. But you can play him at safety. You can play him at nickel corner if you want. He is that athletic where he can keep up with big tight ends. He can keep up with small wide receivers. He can do whatever your defensive coordinator asks, and he's probably going to be their best friend because, like I said, he can do whatever you ask him to do.
Hey, guys, Aubrey's off to bed. She wants to say something before she goes. Go, Pack, go.
No, go Packers.
Go Packers.
Go Packers is all we need, Ryan.
Go. She's very shy. She's very shy.
Thanks,
so
Aubrey.
I can't believe I got that out of her. So that's her contribution to our live stream. Thank you.
I'll take it. I'll take it every day of the week. Thank you, Aubrey.
I cannot wait till I have a child so I can just train them on Packer stuff like Ryan has.
Can
you
brainwashed all the way? It's the way you got to do it. We got Connor upstairs, who's our brand new baby boy, born on the 4th, wrapped up in his little Packers baby blanket that one of our friends of the family made for us. So, yeah, he's doomed from birth to suffer the Packers' fate, whatever that might hold. Hopefully,
so are you guys out of Twitter or out of Twitter? Are you guys out of commercial yet?
Not yet. Oh, right now. Yeah, right now I am.
How does Alex have this faster feed? Alex, are you on cable?
No, I'm on YouTube TV.
No way.
I have Christian McCaffrey talking to me right now, but I have it on mute, so I don't know what he's saying.
I do want to get back to a message I saw in the chat a while ago. This is between the number 1 and number 2 pick real quick. Who will be between Joe Burrow and Chase Young? Who will have a bigger impact in their rookie year? Feel free, whoever. Go.
Chase Young and who?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Who has a bigger impact? Joe Burrow, quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals, or Chase Young, Washington Redskins?
I think it'll be tight, but I'd actually go the direction of Chase Young. I think he's just.
I would too.
I think he's so disruptive and just unbelievable. I mean, he is a freak athlete. I mean, I know we use that term a lot these days, but Chase Young is a freak athlete, and I think he is the big thing in the NFL draft. And when you say who's going to be better between him and Joe Burrow, that's tough because it's so hard to rate and compare. But I think Joe Burrow is going to be a stud. I really do believe that. I think Joe Burrow is going to be a starter in the league for 15 years. I mean, I think this guy is the next big thing in the NFL after Mahomes is done. So, and it's going to be a couple of years, don't get me wrong, but
yeah.
But I think Chase Young, I think he's just I think the top 2 picks in this NFL draft are just unreal. I think both of them are just ridiculous. And here's Carolina's selection. They went Derrick Brown, the defensive tackle from Auburn.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's a need, and it's a perfect fit for their defensive front, and he's a really good football player. I mean, going back to your other question quickly there, I'm going to say Joe Burrow is more impactful because he's going to touch the ball every play. I'm not saying he's a better player than Chase Young. I think Chase Young is the best player in this draft, but Joe Burrow will be more impactful just based on opportunity alone.
That was my exact thought, Ryan Bowman. But then here's a scenario. We don't have our summer camps. We don't have some of our practices leading up. And then they keep Andy Dalton because he knows the offense. You don't have all the offseason programs to implement with Joe Burrow.
The same applies to Chase Young, though. You don't have those offseason.
I mean, you tell him to go out there and rush the passer is a little bit different than knowing the playbook as a quarterback.
Yeah, I'm gonna err on the side of positivity and say that they do get some of those off-season workouts and rookie camps and things like that in there in a maybe a condensed schedule. Oh shit, we've got Mitchell Page representing his horrifyingly purple Vikings brother in here. Welcome, Mitchell. Welcome.
How's it going, guys? I love what you're doing.
What's
here.
happening?
You know what?
Appreciate it.
I muted the NFL to listen to you guys. So you guys.
Oh, hey.
Damn,
appreciate it.
That's all. That's honestly all I needed to hear the rest of the day, and I can go to bed happy like that. As long as one person turned us off for a national network, that's all I need.
I mean, we're up against Booger McFarland, so that doesn't say much, but we'll take it. We're better than Booger at this point.
Hey, I met Alan Page about a month ago doing a news story. I see that jersey behind you. Shout out Alan Page, doing a lot of good in a lot of Minnesota communities.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, that's my last name. So
nice.
Yeah, the Vikings blood runs deep. Goes back to my great grandpa.
Yeah, Mitch and I have had many family barbecues that have gotten out of hand. I'm kind of a mainstay over there at Vikings Packers games. Begrudgingly, I get the invite. Yeah, it's kind of a tradition, but we go some good shit talk sessions, and I expect some of that from you here tonight, Mitchell.
So Mitchell, what are we maybe? Are you thinking trade up? Are you thinking stay there? Are you thinking trade down?
Trade down, if anything. I think they grab the best wide receiver on the board, assuming there's the top 3 still there. One of them, hopefully Judy, and maybe trade out.
Are you guys low on picks? I don't know much about the Vikings draft stock. So what would be the advantage of trading out? Just to accumulate more picks in the middle rounds, or the?
Yeah, well, we have some holes to fill, as you guys probably know. Cornerback, O-line, I guess wide receiver.
Yo, we'll be here all night if you're going to make a whole list.
No, but Yeah, we have 5 selections in the top 105, so we could stay pat, and I'd be super happy with that. But I can see him trading out with the last pick.
So if they had to take a guy at wide receiver, which, Stephon Diggs is gone, there's not a lot behind Adam Thielen there that maybe the casual fans aware of. If you had to bang a table for a wide receiver in the first, who's your guy?
Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
I think Judy will be gone. He should be, but I guess they're talking about his potential knee aggravation.
Oh, hey,
smoke screen.
Cardinals are picking, guys. Isaiah Simmons to the Cardinals.
It's gotta be.
Cardinals are gonna be good, dude.
I think so.
Hell yeah. Talent everywhere.
Kyler Murray's gonna be QB2 in fantasy this year.
That's not bad. DeAndre Hopkins, Larry Fitz. Like, come on.
Bunch of young guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and Isaiah Simmons at 8 just kind of falls to them. And I mean, you can't run that pickup. I mean, you can't literally run that pickup now, but you can't type that pickup any faster, I guess, with a guy like that sitting on the board.
And over the last 5 years, they've drafted similar players like that, like a Deion Buchanan.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a secondary dude they drafted. I forget his name, but he was like a hybrid.
Buda
It wasn't
Baker.
Tyron. Thank you. Yeah. Buda Baker. Like, there it is. Isaiah Simmons.
That hybrid safety nickel backer kind of.
That seemed obvious to me. That's awesome. Good for him.
Yeah, nice fit there for them.
He pairs with his Clemson alumni, DeAndre Hopkins. That's awesome.
So with all these GM and player houses, does my townhome look much like that or no?
It's like pretty much Roger Goodell's place, right? Like basically.
I mean, Roger Goodell's place isn't that great. We talked about this earlier, but
not impressed. Not impressed. All right. Well, who do you guys think is going to be there for Jacksonville? Who's going to be the pick?
Judy. It's Judy or offensive line.
DJ Chark would be like the perfect pairing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, none of the tackles have gone besides Wilson or Thomas.
Thomas, and which is really weird. I agree. Both of you guys thought the Giants would have drafted a completely different one, like offensive lineman. It almost seemed they have to go offensive line, right? Like, it depends how much they value Judy, because like they do have Shark. They've always had a rotation between that like number 2 to number 4 receiver situation. Obviously, just let Marquise Lee go, but it really depends how invested they are in Gardner Minshew. Like, that's what it kind of comes down to. Like, do you want to protect his backside, or you kind of want to get him maybe banged up to maybe have a chance at Trevor Lawrence next year, and you just draft the best offensive player available to sell tickets?
Please don't do that to Trevor Lawrence. Like, please don't, like he doesn't deserve that, like he's so good. But wide receiver could be the pick here, but there's 2 really highly rated tackles on the board, and I just can't imagine passing on it for a wide receiver here. And truthfully, every time somebody picks and it's not a wide receiver, I'm cheering, because it's just pushing them down towards us potentially. I'm sure Mitch has got that grin on his face for the same reason, because he picks ahead of us. But don't worry, man. We're trading to 20. We're trading to 20, and we're jumping you guys, and we're gonna take JJ right in front of you. It's gonna be awful.
Maybe you'll trade with us.
No way.
I don't think that ever happens. Yeah.
No way. That would be crazy.
Yeah, it's a new era there in Green Bay. There with your beautiful head coach.
He's gorgeous.
He is quite gorgeous. Like, I mean, it's hard to look at him for any length of time.
Do not look directly.
Do not look directly at the LaFleur.
Eat shit, LaFleur.
Cram it up your cram, LaFleur.
Yeah. Cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur. That's a great movie. I watched that the other night. Little dodgeball action, ESPN 8, The Ocho.
Wow.
The Show. Yes, of course. That's a classic. That's a classic idiot movie. You know.
Oh,
Like just,
yes.
just-
I was like 7 when that came out.
Oh God. Now you're making me and Mitch feel like old timers here. Okay.
Okay, guy.
All right there.
Where'd Alex go? Where's our host?
I don't know.
The host left.
At least the live stream is still going.
Absolutely.
So can we get him back in somehow? Or?
Well, I think he's just stopped his video. He's probably going out for a smoke break or something.
Dude, man, it's got to be offensive tackle. Now that I think about it, they have to.
It's got to be Wirfs or Wills for me. Like, and it doesn't matter which one. I think they're like, I had Wills rated ahead, but not very far. And Andrew Thomas was in the middle, and it wasn't, it was very, very close.
Yeah, Becton is definitely the last one out of the big four.
But why?
I'd sneak Josh Jones into that top 5. Like, to me, he's
Becton and Jones are similar.
Yeah, and Jones is probably a little bit more raw, but the upside is probably a little bit higher. That's kind of how I view, Josh Jones. He's the 5th tackle and could very well be there for the Packers at 30. We picked him in the mock draft. Mitch, you asked me yesterday, is 22 too early for Josh Jones? And I said, maybe a little, but if he's the last tackle on the board, who cares? Just take him if he's your guy, like that's the way I look at that. So if you can't get those big guys early enough.
Yeah.
Whenever a run on offensive tackle comes, like that's what teams should be afraid of. Like, I'm not concerned for the Packers' needs there, but that's when it's going to go fast. Like, I don't think you want to be caught on the back end of having to decide if it's Ezra Cleveland or to wait until the 3rd or 4th round to draft an offensive lineman. So as soon as it happens, it's going to go fast. And I hope teams are in position. And I can't remember, maybe anyone can refresh my memory. It's just random thought. Like, has a team ever really like traded up to get an offensive tackle when there was like the last available after a tier gap? Like, I don't think there is. It's like a really weird question, but it just seems like to me, like it's a luxury to be able to take a potential all pro at offensive tackle. So it's not like you're not going to go out of your way for it, but at the same point, you're not going to, you're not going to pass one up if you need it.
The last time I can remember a team trading up for the last elite tackle was the freaking Packers in the 2nd round for Jason Spriggs. So just wash my memory of that, please, and let's move on. Not a terrible player, but certainly not worth what we traded up to get.
Okay, you don't have to be so positive all the time. Jason Spriggs was not good.
I'm Canadian, man. We just got a little. We're polite, like that's being a dick in Canada, right there, right? So.
True.
Although Mitch can probably attest to the fact that I've got a little more, edge to me when I'm off camera, if that's fair to say.
I can believe that.
So we've been hearing all about the Falcons trying to get up from 16. Yeah. Are they going to do it? Or
I don't think they are. I mean, it's lying season, right? Pretty much anything you hear, like I just plug my ears 2 days before the draft because, and probably you should do it earlier because it's mostly just anything that's getting out to the media probably is getting out there on purpose because people want to drive a narrative. So I'm always pretty cautious about last minute draft day rumors, but hey, you did hear that Andrew Thomas could be the first tackle off the board over the last couple of days. And lo and behold, he was. So, I think there's a grain of salt in everyone. It's just sifting through most of the BS to find those few little nuggets. Hey, look, the Browns just made what just happened here?
Oh, I see Jake's on my screen.
Jacksonville just made the pick.
CJ Henderson.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a good
keep him in. Keep him in the state, I guess, huh?
Him and Thomas had the biggest buzz like coming into the draft here.
Yeah, he's really good, really, really good. Like, I mean, Okudah by far the best cornerback in the draft, but there was he's the consensus number 2. And after Jacksonville traded away Jalen Ramsey last year, they're looking to replace them. Is
that makes sense.
Jay Henderson going to be as good as Jalen Ramsey? I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty tall task to get there, but really, really good player out of Florida.
Now we got Cleveland. Here comes the run on tackles.
They're picking.
That makes sense.
So whoever they're picking, they're like, holy,
jeez,
like just get it in there. So I'm gonna say it's either.
What she said.
Like you got to protect Baker Mayfield. That was their biggest struggle on offense was pass protection. So got to think it's a tackle here.
It almost has to be tackled with the fact that they picked it so fat. I mean, it actually does make it sense then, because it's like there probably was guys that they were surprised Andrew Thomas went off the board. Now they have their best guy on the board, and they're just like they're hitting the easy button.
Is there any argument that this board is going really well for the Packers as far as, no wide receivers have come off the board yet? There hasn't been that surprise like Patrick Queen or Kenneth Murray pick yet, so, all of the targets are still there. And a lot of the picks here are pushing some of that talent that Packers fans are wanting down. So, I mean, for me, it's pretty good.
So how desperate was ESPN for ratings? Because we're hearing craziest draft ever. A lot of trades, a lot of people mock drafts weren't expecting, and this is pretty on par with most mock drafts that I've been seeing the last month or so.
Facts.
Nothing crazy, but you know what? It's usually the first 10, 12, maybe 15 picks are pretty universal. And that's where the typical drop off is from those blue chip players to that second tier of red tier kind of, instant impact contributors, still really good players, but not that top tier. So I think once we get past, once we start getting past, New York, Las Vegas, then it starts to become a little bit more unpredictable, and maybe we'll see some movement there.
Surprised there's no trades.
Here's the selection for the Browns.
Little bit surprised, yeah.
Me too.
Tackle. It's going to be a tackle.
Look at Fletcher Rollinson just holding it down. What is that hat he's wearing?
Jedrick Wills, offensive tackle out of Alabama.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
So that was mine. I got that one. You can mark it down. But hey, you got to go. I got one right. All right. So come on. Hey, you got Alex back. Alex, you're back.
Hey,
right,
Alex,
I'm back.
what's up, buddy?
Hello, guys. How are you?
Did you have IT issues there, Squirt?
No, I just had a little potty issue. If you want to be specific.
You didn't have to be specific.
Well, you asked, so I became specific. But
you're right. I did. You did.
Yeah, Matt, you brought this upon yourself.
I did. You're right. The OT slew is beginning.
Yes, that's what we were just talking about, actually. Alex, got any opinions on upcoming offensive tackles probably dropping off the board?
Well, I mean, it's going to happen quite a bit at this point. I mean, obviously, you got Jedrick Wills going right now. So, I mean, the guy's a terrific pass blocker, terrific inside guy to have. So, we will see. I mean, I don't know. I think the draft's about to get weird. I think it's going to get more unusual than other years. I think we're going to get all of a sudden, at least in either today or tomorrow, we're going to get a weird quarterback and wide receiver slew, where it seems like the entire round almost is just wide receivers and skill positions are high in this draft. So and especially with it being
tomorrow.
Digital.
Honestly, I think that's the second round. That's
I think you're right. I think, like I said, today or tomorrow, but it's going to get weird. It's going to get very different than past drafts.
So, Alex, we were just talking about this board is falling it's early, but this board is falling in Green Bay's favor pretty well thus far. I mean, we got all the wide receivers there. We got 2 tackles gone. What are you maybe seeing here with not many surprises so far in the draft?
Like I've been saying, Ryan, I think the Packers still trade down. We expected it to be a weird, different draft, and there's pockets of talents like we talked about. So I think the Packers end up not making a pick tonight. Like I said, right when we started here, I think my biggest fear is the Packers not making a pick tonight. And I don't think they're going to, especially with the way the things are going right now.
Don't say that. It's bad for ratings.
Yeah,
it is bad for ratings.
No, they're trading up to like 15 to keep CeeDee Lamb, okay? Like,
and
that'd be good. That'd be good for everybody involved.
They're trading up to 15 and they're not giving up 30. So we got 2 picks.
Yeah, imagine.
They're giving up their next 4 drafts or to do that or what? Like
the entirety of the next 4 drafts are gone.
They just called Bill O'Brien, bro.
Oh, Billy. That poor guy.
Do they even have any picks in this draft after his offseason or?
That's a great question.
3rd rounder.
Yeah, like, geez, Louise. Although, you know what? I will say this. So everybody's like ragging on the DeAndre Hopkins trades, them only getting a 2nd rounder. But it's a bad trade. But if you look at their offseason as a whole, they actually like did get some good capital. And if Brandon Cooks works out, then it's not as bad as maybe it seems. But I'm not a Brandon Cooks guy like that. There's a reason why he just keeps getting traded over and over again. It's because he's like, maybe not very good. I don't like
and injured.
Not very.
Like he's got concussions.
Like he's got like 5 concussions. He catches like with his body. He's not a possession kind of receiver. And for a take the top off the defense kind of guy, he doesn't have enough big, deep plays for me for a guy that's biggest attribute is speed. So, when there was all that clamor of trade for Brandon Cooks in the offseason, I was like, no, trade for Robert Woods. Like he's better and would be a better fit in the Packers offense. So
I had the exact same thoughts as you with the Robert Woods, Brandon Cooks scenario. Robert Woods is counting $6 million against the cap, and he's a super productive, healthy receiver. And that's the difference between him and Cooks. Cooks is 4 concussions deep now, and that's a little bit different than it was in the year 2000 compared to 2020.
Well, 100%. Five concussions. Like you look at Sam Shields and how that affected his career. You can even go to hockey. I know you guys may not be big hockey guys, but Sidney Crosby, who like one of the best players in the world, but like his career is likely shortened due to concussions. Like it's a big thing. So if I'm a team,
but Sidney Crosby's kind of soft, so that's just like an outlier.
I mean, if you weren't, did you watch that golden goal in Vancouver, or were you guys at that game? I mean, I saw that.
Matt just comes in here and sets off a bomb and runs away.
Fucking drops a bomb and leaves.
What just happened with Alex? Because it says I'm the host
now. Hey, what do you got there, Mitch? Show off some what is that? Crown Royal Peach. Fuck, that sounds pretty fantastic. Crown Royal
Peaches.
Yeah, that's Crown Royal is a rye whiskey that's made here in Manitoba. It is pretty fantastic. It's actually made like 2 seconds away from where my parents live in a little town called Gimli, which is coincidentally full of awful Vikings fans. But it's a nice place to hang out for the summer.
It's a premium down there in the States.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
So who are the Jets taking?
Jets? I'm going to say wide receiver CeeDee Lamb. Like, they need a wide receiver so bad, and CeeDee Lamb is sitting there like it would be so perfect, right?
They have to go receiver. Again, you could make the argument, just like we did with the Jaguars. They take an offensive lineman, but they didn't take one. They took a corner, so they got to get weapons. I mean, Robbie Anderson's gone.
Well, the pick is in.
I don't even.
Hey, I said the Raiders will be the first one to take a wide receiver. And if you're a Vegas fan, how great is this board for you right now with multiple first-round picks? You're trying to get weapons, like
you're getting Ruggs, Lamb, or Judy.
You're getting your pick of the litter.
You're getting one of them. So, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you're getting your pick of the litter unless the Jets take someone.
John Gruden's done crazier stuff, though. I mean, remember Colton Miller last year? Like he'll pull some stuff.
Not always good stuff.
You mean Mike Mayock, Matt?
They're a team effort, right?
Who was the guy out of Clemson that they took number 4 that everyone thought was going to go late 1?
Yeah. Clelin Ferrell.
Yeah, Clelin Ferrell.
Thank you. Yep.
Who has pretty decent player. I like Clelin Ferrell, but he definitely
They
was.
could have traded down. Yeah, could have traded down.
Agreed. I think they already had.
You could have stayed in the top 10.
Yeah, totally.
All right.
Man, I'm loving it. Guys, this is fun right now. I'm enjoying like no receivers off the clock, right? None. Only one linebacker.
And is he really a linebacker?
Right.
Exactly. We knew he was going to be gone.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited for the Packers.
I think the board sets up well, but the crucial part is right now between 11 and 20 will really dictate what the Packers do, whether the board sets up for them to have to move up and get their guy, or if the board's really, really strong and they trade back, or if the board isn't really strong, but there's 1 or 2 blue chip guys left that they like, and they stand pat. So it's these next 10 picks are really going to dictate where the Packers go in this draft. Mitch, let us know what you're thinking from a Vikings perspective here with this board. How you feeling sitting at 22 with the way this is shaking out so far?
The Will's going to Cleveland there. I was hoping those tackles would stay off the board. Obviously not going to happen, but it happened. So that was exciting me, but I don't know. I think we'll have a run, and I'll have a really tough decision at 22, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I think the same thing I said for the Packers applies even more to the Vikings, who are sitting at 22, right? Like you guys have ammo, right? If you see a guy, you've got 2 first-round picks here. Is it in play for them to, maybe trade a second-round pick in addition to one of those first-round picks to move up? And
Here we go.
What do we got? I say it's going to be CD.
There goes
Becton.
Mahi Becton. There's the tackle.
Yeah, see, this is what I was talking
That's
about.
actually,
I thought he was the last.
That's amazing. That's crazy that
he's out of the big 4. He's definitely 4 for me.
Yeah, I had Wirfs ahead of him for sure.
He's an athlete, but
Wirfs is a better athlete.
I won't disagree.
Jet's going to jet.
It is Adam Gase, guys, okay? I mean, Joe Douglas is the GM, but, Adam Gase and his crazy eyeballs can do some weird things sometimes.
All right, and Vegas gets their pick of the litter.
Well, so now...
Oh, my God.
Do they go CD? Do they go Ruggs? Do they go Judy?
No. Screw the Raiders. If the 49ers stay at 13 and they get one of these...
That sucks, dude. They're going to get one of those good at...
Oh,
you're right. Gosh. You're right.
Or...
You're right.
Yeah, that's true.
Ouch. That's a kick to the nuts.
That's a really good point. Unfortunately, that sucks. They're going to have some weapons. Didn't they get rid of Emmanuel Sanders, though, right?
I've heard that the Niners are looking...
Sanders is a saint.
Out of this pick, though, right? Because they don't have... I don't think they have a
They're
second
trading?
or a third round.
I don't think they were anticipating the board falling like this, though.
That's true, but without a second and third round pick in a deep draft, and 2 first-round picks, you may want to recoup some value there.
You can get that you can get that second-round pick at 31, though. Maybe even a couple. They're in the same position we are for a second-round pick at 30. I like where we are with this draft. If Jordan Love keeps falling, or if someone's just in love with Jacob Eason, because they're gonna trade up to want to get that 5th-year option for a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? To try to maximize that window before you have to pay him the boat. So if Jordan Love, if Love's still there at 30, and Green Bay needs to trade back 7 picks, but gets quite a bit for it because that team wants their quarterback, so be it.
I wouldn't hate it. Again, my heart would be crushed a little bit from an entertainment value standpoint. But, can't argue with getting more picks in a draft where talent appears to just keep getting pushed down. So the Raiders pick is in. Let's quickly, before it comes in, who's it going to be, Schoberg?
I think it's the top, whatever top wide receiver on their board is, which on my board, it's CeeDee Lamb. So I'll go with CeeDee Lamb.
I agree. That's my pick as well. Matt, what do you think?
I'll go Jerry Jeudy, but it's got to be receiver, right? And Schoberg, I'm pissed you said that about the Niners because you kind of put me in a funk there. Like the fact that they're going to get one of these two guys sucks. Like,
yeah, like we were having a great time. We were having a fucking great time, Ryan.
Should we cancel the stream?
Notice it.
Just you know what, the stream's done. This is
hey, actually, I'm going to double down on this. What happens if Raiders nor the Niners pick a receiver and the Bucs are able to get Jeudy or
do the Bucs need CD? Jeudy or they've got Godwin and
they didn't need Gronk. They didn't need Gronk, Ryan. They didn't need Gronk and they got Gronk. Like,
I'm just saying huge. It would be redundant. It wouldn't even matter if they got it because the guy's not going to get on the field.
Dude, Tom Brady's the coach and the GM and the president, and he's actually the mascot now. He's Tombo Bay.
Tampa Bay.
This is coming up. All right, let's check it
Tampa
out.
Bay, eh?
Tampa Bay.
Mike Mayock, an announcer?
No.
Used to be, yes.
I'm just kidding.
No, but like that's the fact that he's a GM is just weird.
Crazy.
Just doesn't seem ethical.
Henry Ruggs is the first wide receiver off the board to the Raiders.
Speed kills, even when Al Davis is dead. Speed kills.
I love Henry Ruggs. Like he was one of my draft crushes that I was hoping would slip down like early on in the process, and I soon realized with that speed and that skill set, there was no way that was going to happen. But I'm very surprised that the Raiders would take Ruggs. That is such an Al Davis type thing to do. Is like, I don't care what the tape says. What's his 40 time? He's fast. Take him. It's like
R.I.P. Ryan.
R.I.P. Love Al Davis. We wouldn't have the NFL without Al Davis. We all owe him a debt of gratitude.
Yo, I'm sorry to kill your vibe again, Matt, but now CeeDee Lamb is for the Niners taking, and I want to jump out of my window right here.
I think they trade out of this spot, man. I think they're going to trade out.
Okay, Henry Ruggs. That's the biggest Kansas City Chiefs effect I've seen in a long time.
Hang on. Sorry. Darius Hayward Bade called. He says Henry Ruggs can have his jersey. Like, okay, that's it. Like, how the hell?
It's exactly like that. It's like them.
How did they do that?
Over Michael Crabtree. They say, holy shit, he's fast, take him. And where, like, I love Ruggs, I do, but he's not a better wide receiver than CeeDee Lamb. He's not as clean of a prospect as CeeDee Lamb. There is a lot of questions about Henry Ruggs' ability to produce, without Jerry Jeudy and some of those other offensive weapons on the Alabama offense. So, like, I just
doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
he's the fastest receiver in the draft.
He is. So I mean, it's the ghost of Al Davis, man. I'm telling you, that's
it's exactly what it is.
Absolutely. That's exactly.
I think he ran like a 4.3, like flat, or 4.29, something like that.
No, it was 4.27 for Ruggs.
Thank you.
Blazing fast, but again, play speed is important. Change of direction is important, and like I like Ruggs, but more not ahead of Lamb or Jerry Jeudy for that matter. I think Jeudy was just a better overall wide receiver. Like athletic wise, I mean, Henry Ruggs is a freak, and we say that a lot, but he does remind me a lot of Tyreek Hill type ability to just kind of hop around.
That's a good comparison.
Hop around on the football field, and he just moves. And when he moves relative to the other football players around him, it's clear that he's faster than everybody, But yeah, that's a reach for me a little bit with two other wide receivers on the board.
I don't know what the laws are in Canada, but in America, you have to wait 24 hours to file a missing persons report. So I can't file one for Alex yet, but I'm thinking about it.
I think Alex
his computer was resetting
very early today, so that might have something to do with it. But hey, like, we keep it real. We carry the G over here at Packers Worldwide. Okay,
we carry the G.
Shout out to Cheesehead TV. I know they're doing a live stream today too. So if you're hopping back and forth, that's fine. There's enough room for everybody here. Absolutely.
Clearly.
Oh, hang on.
What do you got there, Matt? What do you got?
It's a little hard seltzer. It's
hard
Vizzy.
seltzer.
First time trying this one. I just finished my beer. I'll switch back to beer, but it's a little pineapple mango. So for the ladies, perhaps.
This will be my next album cover.
Is that the raspberry one?
Oh, hard seltzer. He's got a little White Claw there. I love hard seltzers. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Love beer, love hard seltzers.
I'm pretty sure every session, video chat that we've had, you've had at least one hard seltzer. So my Kona Big Wave or Blueberry Ale is your hard seltzer. It seems.
Kona Big Wave.
Right.
Mitch, tell these guys how good this beer is, right?
Or how us Canadians do it, we put beer taps in our bars.
That's right.
Alex is chiming in via the message. He said he is still carrying the G, even though he's not on the session yet. So
what
just
happened?
Take that for what it is.
That's cool. We, there's lots of things.
He'll be back.
Here. This is a 4-hour marathon. This is not a sprint. Okay, so we're gonna have to take some breaks. I'm probably gonna have to change a shitty diaper at some point, right?
Water.
So, hydrate, everybody. Hydrate.
I can't believe the Niners can get Lamb.
Honestly,
I can't believe.
Well,
it.
look, there's 2 minutes on the clock, and they still haven't made the pick, which tells me they're trying to trade back. I think if they were gonna take CeeDee Lamb, if he was their guy, wouldn't they have just run that ticket up? I think I don't know. I hope so. Maybe that's
I think you're.
But so, how far does a CeeDee Lamb or a Jerry Jeudy have to fall for
Look at the board.
Packers fans to want to trade?
I think they're falling to 30.
You think they're falling to 30? Come on, man.
I'm kidding, man. No, they're not falling to 30.
Is that sarcasm that we're
Oh yeah. Yep.
Well, you guys know the Raiders love draft picks. They're in love with them, right? So technically, they have their wide receiver. If somebody's there for you at 19, you might be able to do something with the Raiders.
Well, and
that's been
Packers connection.
That 19 and 20 spot and 18, those are all viable options because Miami and Miami and the Raiders have double picks in the first. Plus the Jags want to move out. It seems so. That seems like a spot where if a receiver falls, he's right.
I agree. I think again, we'll see what happens here. I think, when we're looking at wide receivers,
there it is.
We've got the Niners. Did they make the pick?
Little trade action. Action.
It's the Bucks. It's the Bucks that are moving up here.
Come on.
One pick, a la the Bears.
Okay, what happened here?
Oh, they did a second round pick or a next year one because Tampa Bay has back-to-back and they're about to get Tom a weapon.
Oh my goodness. The Bucks are going all in. Tampa Bay.
Wait.
Yeah, dude. They're definitely
no way they just got that back-to-back picks.
They're about to get a receiver.
I gotta mute.
Oh no. Somebody shoot me.
They're about to take a tackle and a receiver. It's going to happen.
Oh, no. So they don't have back-to-back. That's just a graphic error. It looks like.
Yeah, they do. They just traded with San Fran and they have 14.
Yeah, I think they just swapped picks.
Oh, yeah. So they traded up one spot.
Yeah. That's what I see here. 13 Tampa Bay, 14 San Francisco, 15 Denver. And I don't I totally get why San Fran would do it because there's 2 wide receivers on the board and they moved back 1 pick. So obviously San Fran is probably saying, hey, we're going to take CeeDee Lamb unless you give us your first round pick and your second round pick to get your guy. So Tom Brady's probably going to be fucking thrown to CeeDee Lamb.
No, it looks like maybe Wirfs here.
Yeah, that's true.
The tackle.
I mean, they do need a tackle. So, and Tom Brady ain't moving around in the pocket too.
All right, so this basically kills any chance of getting top 4 tackle. That's out. The small chance of that happening, that's out the window.
Josh Jones is the last one on the board, and
Josh Jones will be iffy.
We'll take him.
Oh yeah, that's the last one of the big 4, isn't it?
Well, if Wirfs goes here, yeah, Josh Jones would be the last. So there's 3 off the board: Thomas, Wills, and Becton. I think you could be right here. It's either a wide receiver or a tackle. I gotta think it's a tackle. They've got Godwin, they've got Evans, they've got Gronkowski, Brate, OJ Howard. Like, we're just talking overkill at this point. But Tom Brady is not a mobile quarterback, and you need to protect him more than anything. So I think.
Did you have to trade up for you could have gotten who's still out there? So worse than there's been one other guy, right? Like there's another offensive.
It could have been a scenario where they were worried that San Fran was going to trade it to someone else who would take Wirfs.
Totally. Like clearly it looks like San Fran was able to leverage somehow to Tampa Bay that whoever Tampa Bay is targeting here was going to go off the board, whether that was to San Francisco or in a trade to another team. So they pick up an extra 2nd round pick, which they sorely needed because they were short on picks.
Is that what they got? Was a second?
What I thought I saw was
oh my
God. I didn't see the trade yet.
You're right. It is Wirfs to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What a savvy move by
San Francisco. Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're right. They don't have a ton of picks. They need it. They got to.
They move back one spot and likely still get the guy that they want, which is going to be freaking CeeDee Lamb still.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Good move.
Yep. You guys still there?
Yes, sir.
Big time.
I was checking the Tweeter sphere.
Oh yeah, Tweeter sphere, just pretty much everything.
All right, San Francisco back on the clock. Do they trade back again and try and recoup some more picks? Wouldn't that be slick?
See, the one thing that San Francisco might have, wanted to pick up was an O lineman. So I guess, I don't know.
Tough to say, right? Like, because that's what I thought too. Like, it seemed like they could go all O-line or receiver, and you would think that pick would be. They were just like, all right, well, make the decision for us.
Yeah.
I think
either you pick Judy or you pick Wirfs or CD, right? And go ahead.
I think
Ryan.
Tampa Bay had to have had Wirfs a tier ahead of everyone else, and San Fran probably had, like I said, trade proposals for that pick for Tristan Wirfs.
Or they've got 31 and they are going to get their wide receiver, use 31 and that second they just got to move up to get Jones, right?
Now we're getting crazy. I like it. I like it.
Rails, baby.
Awesome. Yeah, I like it.
Good for Tom Brady to have a solid lineman to protect him.
Yeah, good for Tom. He needs another Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's good for him. He's had such a rough fucking go in life,
Right.
Dude, his wife sucks. His career sucks. His life sucks.
His life isn't great.
Breaking and entering in Tampa Bay, like, what are you doing?
What is that even all about?
He was looking for Byron Leftwich and walked into some other dude's house. But I do agree with you, Matt. I do think it's a media stunt to try to get.
Yeah. And I'm not against it. Like, I'm not opposed, but don't just waste like people's time with it. Like, and I mean people, but like, I don't care about my attention, but like, he's like harassed. Like, I mean, cops had to be called. Like, dude, knock it off. Just like, whatever. Like, the videos with him and Gronk are hilarious. Don't get me wrong, but like, don't pull other people into it.
Matt taking the get off my lawn approach with the old Tampa Bay.
It's just stupid. I don't get it.
Old man shakes fist at cloud.
I'm interested to see. It's gotta. They have to go receiver.
I really hope they don't make this pick.
I think they're gonna make it.
I'm surprised Atlanta hasn't moved around.
Yeah, that was all smoke, eh?
Clearly.
Yeah. Are they taking phone calls from Denver and Atlanta?
Maybe, or Miami, there's teams that could move back up. Excuse me.
They pull the same trick on. I don't know. What do you guys think of Julio Jones? Do you think he's still elite?
Yeah.
When he's on the field.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Getting old.
They drafted Ridley for a reason though, but he was a supplemental guy. He's not a number one, and it just seems crazy to draft another receiver.
I agree.
The Broncos are going in with who? Cortland Sutton, awesome wide receiver.
You know what? Honestly, I think Atlanta was going to trade up for Kinlaw from South Carolina, and he's still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So if they don't have to trade up for him, because I don't think San Francisco's taking him, and who has 15?
Denver.
Yeah,
they're taking a wide receiver.
I don't think Denver's taking him, so I think they're in the clear if they're thinking Kinlaw.
Kinlaw is a guy that he's been flying off the board.
If Javon Kinlaw went to the Packers, I'd be tickled. That'd be great.
If he goes to the Niners, that's scary, but they have bigger needs. The Broncos, they already have an elite front seven.
They traded Buckner for this pick. I don't think they're drafting a D lineman.
But you could say the same thing for we just talked about him seconds ago. No, not seconds ago. Sorry, the Lions. The Lions traded away Slay, and they drafted a corner. It's the same
now
thing.
We're talking about the Detroit Lions and the San Francisco 49ers. One organization is very poorly run. Another is decently run by John Lynch. The Lions, dude. Like Alex was saying earlier, every year you think they're at least going to get 6, 7, 8 wins. They never fucking do.
Never. And they're
pretty sure they were 3-2 when they played the Packers last year, and they never won another game.
They were 3-2-1 actually, or 3-1-1, or either 3-2.
Lion's gonna lion. All right, is your pick in yet or nah?
I have frozen here. Everybody's having internet problems today, and I can't see you guys right now. All I can see is the draft board.
That's okay.
Yeah, so I might have to log off to try and get back in here. But is Alex going to be able to let me back in, or are you guys able to let me in?
So I think Ryan's the new host, so he should be able to let you back in when you get out, Bowman.
Cool. I'm just going to restart this and I'll jump back on.
Right on. Man, pick is in. What are you thinking here, Schobert?
I think it could be a receiver, and I hate that. Who am I sending this invite to?
You want to send it to Alex. Jerry Judy?
How do I just invite them on here?
Use the link from the Twitter DM. Just copy Alex's message if you want to do it that way. Otherwise, there should be just a way to just get the link in the Zoom.
I don't have that though, because I was never the leader until he left.
Let's see. Damn, my headphones are dying. I gotta go old school and charge these sons of guns.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Niners selection.
Yeah, who are they going to take?
Ouch. There goes Kinlaw.
Yep.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a good pick by the Niners. He is
Hell yeah.
He is one of the best athletes in this whole draft.
And dude, like, it's exactly what I just said. I mean, it just kind of worked out that way, but the fact that they were able to trade away Buckner for draft capital, plus they're able to get Kinlaw, and they traded back now. They did it.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't give up anything as far as talent from their core like strength, which is the front seven. Like, they basically just traded out guys and got youth and then added a pick or two.
Yeah, they're finessing the league.
Seriously.
And if not tonight, they will get their hands on a wide receiver, right? Now that they have a second round pick.
Yeah, for sure. With one of those two.
Yeah. My brother-in-law is a San Fran fan. So
Rough.
yeah. Now I get to listen to him for another year or two.
All right. You guys got me?
Oh, yeah.
How'd you get in?
Well, I have the original link in the message that Alex sent out in Twitter. So the link's there. So I just keep clicking that to try and get back.
What link did you use? The UWSP one?
No, the first one in the chain, uwsp.zoom.us/j/ a bunch of numbers. So Kinlaw, no CeeDee Lamb to the Niners. Everybody's okay with that? I mean,
We're
Kinlaw's good. I mean, I like good, but Kinlaw's not as good as DeForest Buckner. And so
that's the conversation we're having. We're going back and forth.
So that's how it is for me. They trade DeForest Buckner. They get a first round pick, and they pick Javon Kinlaw, who's maybe going to be 80% as good as DeForest Buckner. Like, I don't know. For me,
Kinlaw's a monster.
Yeah, he's going to be better than Buckner.
You can say that, but Buckner's done it. He's done it in the NFL.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So all I'm saying is right now, the 49ers are not a better team than they were with DeForest Buckner on their team. That like for like swap, maybe in the future, 2 years down the road, that'll be a different story. But today, this year, which is right in the Packers' window wheelhouse, they're not a better team in my mind.
Ryan, you got to remember they got Kinlaw and whoever they.
Oh, hey, listen, I get it. I totally get that. I'm just saying, I'm glad it's not going to be CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. That's whoever they pick at 31. Is it that they have?
Yeah, 31.
Yeah. So
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
You're good.
All right. So 15, we've got, it's got to be CeeDee Lamb, right? And then it's going to be like Jerry Jeudy to the Falcons. That's what I'm looking at. I know you're shaking your head, Mitch, but I can't see them getting to 22 for you.
Oh man, I'm gonna have one of those top 3 guys though. I think I'm over the moon.
Hey Ryan.
Well, no,
I'm inviting a buddy of mine that has been in the chat here. He said he's got his whiskey ready, but I think he's a knowledgeable Packer fan. He's gonna hop in our stream.
All right, man. All right. Well, the more the merrier. If we've got, we let a Vikings fan in, so we can't really not let this guy in, right?
Agree.
Right. Well, you got to have alternating points of view, right?
100%.
Yeah, we enjoy.
And to be honest, for a Vikings fan, he's been my favorite Vikings fan I've ever met at this point.
Well,
I'm gonna be brutally honest with you guys. Like, I've met some shitty Vikings fans in my life. No other football fan is shittier than a Vikings fan. I'll take Lions fans. I'll take Bears fans. I'll take. It's not even close. But
in the states, that's probably
there he is. Jerry Jeudy
statement. Yeah, Jeudy.
There he goes.
Yeah, good pick for the Broncos.
Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, both my brothers are happy right now. They're both Broncos fans. I should say my one brother Jeremy is a Broncos fan. My other brother David is a bandwagon jumper Broncos fan.
Don't you think they need more than a wide receiver though?
I think Jeudy is like such a good compliment to Cortland Sutton. And I think they've got a young quarterback, Drew Lock. Their defense is going to be good, and they needed more offensive weapons. So do they need more than him? Yeah, probably. But that's a pretty damn good start for the Broncos. There goes your boy, Mitch. There goes your boy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Live to fight another day.
Yeah,
How we doing in the chat here, fellas? We got that.
I haven't checked the chat, to be honest with you, at all.
Let's not forget about our faithful followers here.
No. Man, now we're on the other side almost.
We're on the home stretch, guys. We're going around the corner here. So
Well, 2 hours in, I'll take that.
Yeah, not bad. Projecting pretty normal as far as like speed and flow of the draft. There's been no technical, no pause. I took the over. Mitch, you missed this part, or I don't know if you were watching when we were talking about taking the over or under 2.5 times that we had to pause the draft. And I said, well, the Vikings have 2 picks in the first round, so there's 2 right there. And then Dave Gettleman exists, so I'm going to take the over. But so far it's been pretty good. Gettleman already made his pick, so I guess I might be screwed on that one.
I'll be honest, as a football fan, like I don't mind the dramatics, but all the the showcasing or whatever they do during the draft, I'm liking this much better.
I kind of,
dude, I couldn't agree more.
Right? Like you and I Mitch and I were texting this week, and we're saying, like, is this the first time we haven't watched the draft together in like 10 years or something because of COVID-19? And we're always like, you guys were asking, do they always sing the national anthem before the draft? And the answer is no, they didn't always do it. It just keeps getting more and more media and like, just look at me saturated every year. Like, I'm all about the football aspect of the draft. And, to a certain extent, I appreciate that, the NFL has made it this event that it is, but like, just get the picks in. Let us hear what's going on, and let's talk some football. all. You know, I'm with you.
Do you guys think I brought this up? I don't know earlier. I've had a few conversations with some people, not in a full capacity. We might be able to hear, but
No.
do you think that like?
Oh, Ryan just saw the Jerry
Ryan,
Bronco news, I guess.
Do you guys think that like professional athletics will alter their monetary income by having things that are less like fan based and more virtual and charging more of a premium that way? Like if it's a pay-per-view event, or for instance something like this where it's like you have to pay to get online now so they can actually like
I absolutely think so. Like you look at, you know, the game day experience versus what can be provided in the home with streaming, with all 22, with, you know, all the instant replay and everything. Hey, we got a fellow Packer fan joining us here. Happening.
What's up, Nick?
What's going on?
Dude, what whiskey are you drinking?
For your boys here, I got a little Canadian whiskey and water. Michael Jordan.
What kind of you got a couple Canadians on the line here with you? So what kind of Canadian whiskey are you?
We'll tell you if that's
Got Windsor here, buddy.
Windsor.
Yeah, I went with the cheap stuff.
Not bad.
Smart.
You know, it'll get the job done, you know, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Smart.
Hold on, I'm getting a feedback here. I'm gonna close out the stream.
You're good. There you go.
Hey guys, I just got to pop off and check if my parental responsibilities are required for a minute here. So give me.
Perfect.
I'll care of that a long time.
I'm gonna take the stream with me though. So if the Packers, you know, do a
Smart.
Goonie straight up to 20, I'll rush back here. So
That's smart. Nick was just putting his kids to bed. Nick, did you pull the laptop into the bedroom like that, or did you leave it stand still?
I just let it stand still.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, we got them down. We got it down to a 15-minute process. After 6 years of this stuff, I got it down.
That's smart.
What are you guys thinking so far? Loving the stream, by the way.
Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. Thanks for hopping in. Like I would say like Ryan and I and everyone that's been in like for the last, I don't know, however long. I mean, the first dozen picks was like, holy hell, the Packers are going to get something to fall to them. But now it's like the last few, it seems like the names are finally falling off the board you expect. It's just in a matter of a different order. But I don't know.
The teams that finish better in the league are making better decisions.
Oh yeah.
Surprise, right?
I felt like San Francisco just fleeced Tampa Bay right there.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
What was that trade? What was the terms?
What I saw was swapping first, and then San Fran gets their second.
See, you know what? I'm just finding out about this because I'm talking to my San Fran fan. I'm like,
That's
I thought you got a
crazy.
second round pick for it.
For just giving us one spot?
That's like the Bears. That's like the Bears.
It is. Somehow John Lynch figured out how to fleece Tampa Bay into thinking they were going to take their guy. That's the only thing I can think of.
Crazy.
Hey, we've got some good news. No, they're not getting a second round pick.
No? Okay, that's what I was seeing on Twitter.
Thankfully.
Good.
Looks like they're getting a fourth round. They swapped
All
a 7 and a 4 for the 1 and the 1, right? Okay, that makes more sense.
Interesting.
Thankfully, that's what happened. But regardless, like
they got a 4th round pick out of it.
I mean, there's value in the 4th for sure.
And if they didn't want Wirfs, which I actually think they did, in my opinion. But that's
Nick,
blanks are wearing their disgusting uniforms.
Those are awful. Nick, who's going at 16 here?
I don't know, man. Atlanta is such a tricky team. I don't know what they do with their wide receivers right here.
They have so much talent. They just acquired so much talent on offense. It almost has to be line or defense.
Yeah.
Corner. There it is. AJ Terrell.
Who's left for tackles? Who do we got? There's
AJ Terrell off the board.
Wow.
Really? Damn it.
No.
I was really hoping he would fall to the Vikings.
Me too.
Huh? Oh, he's not good.
I think AJ Terrell's solid.
I think he's solid, but not like mid first round solid.
I agree.
He's a big body though. NFL's definitely trending in that way at the corner position, unless you just have that elite speed. Speaking of cornerbacks and speed, Jair Alexander is sick in Madden.
Yeah, he's good. He does stuff good.
He does stuff good.
So I'm looking at a couple big boards on Terrell. I'm seeing him in 40, 45 to 50 range.
Yep. Like I saw him at the back end of the first round, early second. That's where I was seeing him most often.
Yeah, a lot of GMs were saying that Terrell would go higher than what the media thought, but I didn't think he'd go 16.
Did he? Was there something at his pro day that I don't know.
He got shredded
That
in
was
the
a
national
surprise to me.
championship.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
But yeah, big body. Packers are going to trade up here, dude. CeeDee Lamb's on the board. Let's go.
Man, if they got
Who's the partner though? Okay, for a trade, who's the partner? Who you targeting?
Jacksonville
the next
or
few.
Vegas?
Yes,
Jacksonville or Vegas?
What would you be willing to give up to get there?
I said I'm good with anything besides a first round pick next year.
You can't give up future first round picks. Then you're in the same situation as the Bears.
Fact.
Picking Khalil Mack 2 years in a row.
Fact.
You guys should probably get Jordan Love.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Alex was in here. Shout out Alex.
I should have waited for Alex and Ryan to come back for that comment.
No, but seriously though, on the quarterback front for the Packers, when do you see him taking one this draft, and when?
Hey,
If they do this draft, I would prefer it late. And if next year they want to start talking about first, second round pick, I would be more on board. But this year, I am probably not. I don't see a quarterback that's going to be there where we are that's worth that value. I don't have Jordan Love that high.
No.
If they drafted Jake Fromm, I'd be pissed because I don't think Jake Fromm's a good prospect.
No.
So
Jake Fromm really fell off from his freshman year till now. Holy man.
Can you guys enlighten me? Like, do you guys have 1 second round, 1 third, 1 fourth, or do you got what's your situation?
I think we have 1 pick of every round through round 5, and then we have like 3 first, 6th round picks, and then like 2 7ths.
Yep.
Back end heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be trading some of those around.
They have to, right?
If they'd listened to PWW, I mean, we fleeced the Seahawks in our mock draft.
Big time.
It's time for the Vikings to trade up and get CeeDee Lamb. Let's go.
What did you guys? I didn't catch your mock. How did you get the Seahawks?
Dude, we just traded back the first pick, and we got Josh Jones, and then we got Kenneth Murray. What was the big trade we made? Was that with the Seahawks?
So
Ryan?
we made a trade to get to the early 40s, not with the Seahawks, because Kenneth Murray was still on the board. And then to get that pick, we had no 4th round pick, but because of the positions that we took no wide receiver. So the 4th round came along, and we just traded our 5th round pick and our last 7th round pick.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the notes now.
For Seattle's 4th, and we got Tyler Johnson.
I'm going through your Twitter feed to try and find it.
Yeah, it's on the website too. Yeah, exactly. Go on the website.
Get Kenneth Murray in the second, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell.
I don't know about
we traded. We just traded. We played the board it wasn't.
Yeah, we traded up for him. Here comes Jerry Jones grinning.
Frightening.
You know,
look at Mike.
Oh boy.
He's gonna do something stupid. Thank God.
Yeah, let me know.
You think he's in his bus? His big bus that he drives around.
I'm about 30 seconds behind y'all, so let me know who he picks. If CD's a Cowboy, that's a damn shame.
He will be. There's no doubt.
Didn't Jerry go to Alabama? Or no, Arkansas.
Oklahoma, I thought, wasn't it? Or Arkansas?
Dude,
Arkansas.
this is way too close to Mike McCarthy's face for my.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Isn't it weird seeing a Cowboy star underneath him?
Yeah, that's weird.
That is weird, even for me.
Jeez.
Was it in your final 7-round mock?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Oh, yeah. Thaddeus Moss in round 3.
We had to get in a weapon.
All the wide receivers we wanted.
There was
were
nothing at wide receiver there. Like that was the pick that took us the longest to decide on.
For sure.
We just sat there and we're like, do we trade back? Do we snag?
Dude, I feel like, I feel like that was a pick that you guys just wanted a Moss jersey for the Packers.
There was an underlying factor for me, absolutely.
I live in Minnesota, so 100%.
There he is. That son of a gun, dude. That sucks.
Would you guys call Thaddeus Moss a weapon or a really good blocking tight end?
Neither.
Really good. No, neither.
I think he's good at everything. He's not really good at something.
I agree.
Okay. Are you guys on
CD?
CD, there it is.
I thought him and Herb Smith would be a very good tight end combo.
Oof, that's a scary combo.
Right?
So
right.
So what's Dak's contract situation right now?
Still in his rookie deal. He's a franchise, right?
Yeah.
At the very franchise.
Did he sign his franchise tender?
Yeah.
Mm.
That's so disrespectful, dude. He deserves whatever he gets.
Yeah.
He's betting on himself, right?
I mean, he's been playing.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's been playing on what, a 3rd, 4th round contract?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Yeah, if he would have gotten hurt, he would have been screwed.
I just like the way he plays football, man. Like, was that 2 years ago in the postseason? The way he just like carried them towards the end of that game, just diving in the end zone. Like, he's just a gamer. Like, you gotta pay Dak.
Yeah, dude, and it kills me because I hate the Cowboys so much, but I do love to watch Dak play.
Exactly. I never thought I'd see CD around at the 17th pick. I'll be honest with you guys.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, all right. That kind of sucks because that's our last straw before Jefferson. So
true. I'm not as huge on Jefferson as everyone else, but
Jefferson. If we can't get Jefferson, Ayuk's my guy, but Jefferson's my guy.
What about Chenault?
I like him.
I mean, 2nd round, yeah. Just injuries in college suck because that translates to the NFL quite a bit.
Yeah, that's true. Was it a knee with him, right?
It was a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah, he had weird stuff.
But yeah, a bunch of leg stuff.
Yeah.
I think knee, ankle, kind of everything.
He's one guy that I don't know much about. I mean, playing in Colorado.
He was recruited. He was recruited to go to Bama, but the problem was they had Smith, Henry Ruggs, and Jerry Jeudy, so it's like he just couldn't make the cut. But I mean, he's solid. Like they I've seen a lot of comparisons like Deebo Samuel where they end arounds and jet sweeps or
Percy
bubble
Harvin.
screens, Percy Harvins. Yeah, like he's very versatile, which is what the Packers need, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah.
Percy
Yeah.
Harvin.
I want to see the Packers get a guy who can bring them back to, I know this is going to sound like a crazy fan thing, but in 2010, 2011, 2012, 13, their bread and butter was yards after the catch, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they did. Slants up the middle, speed guys who could catch the ball in space, make a move, and get down the field.
Mm-hmm.
They've transitioned to, Rodgers doing these back shoulder throws along the sideline, and he doesn't have Jordy anymore, and it just doesn't work when you don't have a guy that he has that much trust in. And they just need to get guys who can spread out on the field, exploit the middle of the field, and get the yards after catch so Rodgers doesn't have to throw too much over 10, 15 yards, especially on the back end of his career.
I agree. And if you look at a prospect like Michael Pittman Jr., do I think he'll be a good pro? Yes. But do I want him on the Packers? Not really, because we have now Devin Funchess as well, but Alan Lazard, Devontae Adams, he's not like a huge possession guy, but he's 6'2" still. And then you have all these big-bodied receivers. I would much rather get a guy that can run a little bit, stretch the defense. And I think Ayuk, Rager, those guys all do it. And you can get a lot of those guys if you trade down. So I'm not opposed to trading down. But if Jefferson is there at like 20 with Jacksonville, you get him before Philly and Minnesota. That's for sure.
Man, that's half the value in Jefferson is getting him before those two.
What's up, dude? I'm back.
Honestly, guys, I'm looking at this board. I'm seeing all the tackles and all the cornerbacks that I really wanted. They're gone.
If Minnesota goes corner now, I'll be happy.
The only guy left is Jefferson. And then I think we trade out. That's my ideal situation.
Well, and I think the Packers should be trading up here at about 20 to snag Jefferson.
Man.
Now you can ask any of the Packers worldwide team here. Like that's what I've been preaching for. Like he's my guy.
Please don't. Please.
I've filled my Twitter feed with trade up for Jefferson in the last 2 days.
I see a lot of people saying don't do that because the wide receiver depth is so good. And I don't actually, it is really deep, but not for what the Packers need at offense. There's only a few of those wide receivers that fit that skill set. Ayuk, Rieger, Jefferson, and some guys in the later rounds. But out of the top tier guys, there's like 3 of them. So if there's one of them left, or the best one is there at a place where you can go up and just get him, fucking do it, like just go and get the guy, that's my opinion.
At least we know we have a GM that will consider doing it for reasonable cost. With Ted, it was like, he's going to draft where he is or fall back.
We were talking about this earlier, and Goody, he's traded 2 out of his 3 first-round picks.
Doesn't matter. Miami's going to take fucking Jefferson right here. Watch.
No way.
No.
They have way too many needs to take Justin Jefferson right now with all the equity.
It's Miami we're talking about.
I don't think there's no way.
Miami. It's the new Miami.
If I'm Miami, who's the next best offensive tackle available?
Josh Jones.
Josh Jones.
Yeah.
Who?
Josh Jones.
There you go. Never mind.
And I think it's probably a little early for him right now.
They would go 26 for him, not 18.
Yeah, as a Vikings fan, I really wanted Gladney at 25.
Gladney.
Yeah.
What do you like about him?
He's feisty. He's tiny, but I don't know.
Got a little Jair Alexander in him, or what? A little attitude, yeah.
Yeah. I can't believe they let that guy go, to be honest.
So good. Hey, I'm moving on to Matt, my fave here, one of my faves, Kona Big Wave. So shout out to Kona Big Wave. I get a royalty every time I say that. So
good.
So just
if that's the case, I'll get a T-shirt printed just for you. So every time it's on.
In all truthfulness, though, if there's any beer company out there that would like all of the Packers worldwide team to say, and I'm cracking a refreshing insert beer brand here for a sponsorship, by all means, reach out, info@packersworldwide.com. Get at us with your sponsorship ideas. We'd love to talk about it.
I mean, I'll have to sample the beer first.
For sure. We're gonna back quality here, but hey, we've made it like over 2 hours into this thing, and that was the first shameless plug. So
True.
I think
that's fair.
Pretty good ratio, right? So
if we had a point brewery sponsor, I would lose my mind.
All right, my dad, Jerry Schoberg, says Austin Jackson to Miami. So we'll see
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Oh, look at him. Look at him. There it is.
There it is. Austin Jackson.
So I was on the right path when I said they needed an offensive tackle. It just wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he
traded
saw
away
it, or maybe he's just a genius. I don't know.
Well, maybe his stream is ahead of ours.
No, I think Mr. Schobert's pretty damn smart.
Is he?
See, all you Stevens Point people call your friends' parents Mr. and Mrs. It's pretty wild.
Is that a thing?
Wild. Yeah, dude. It definitely is a thing.
Josh
I don't know.
Josh Jones is better than Jackson? I don't know.
On my board, yes, I have Jones rated higher than Jackson, so that's a little bit of a surprise.
Hey, for the Packers board, I'm still happy. Let's go trade up.
Totally,
Jefferson.
that just means Josh Jones is still there, for me. So I'm good with that. It'll be interesting to see what the Raiders do.
I don't think the next tackle's lasting the 30 though, and one's gotta think that's Josh Jones.
No.
True.
Which I bet you for Packers fans is maybe like refreshing because like isn't unless you're like an Ezra Cleveland, I'm not a big fan of Ezra Cleveland, and it just seems like that's gonna be the pick or something. But
if it's Ezra Cleveland, dude, I'm logging out of this meeting immediately.
Listen, I won't say that. I don't know enough. I haven't watched enough tape on Ezra Cleveland to say
what's wrong with Ezra Cleveland.
Not in the first round. Not in the first round.
Yeah, not in the first round. I'm good with Ezra in the second.
So if they traded back, at 30 to like 35, 36, got some extra value and then took a guy like that, I'd be okay. But I guess where I'm at, unless it's Josh Jones at tackle and they're dead set on taking a tackle, I'd rather them trade back and get some value. So I'm not saying anything bad about Ezra Cleveland. I just feel like there's a tier that once you get past it, a lot of the next players, probably the next 20 players, are about the same as far as value is concerned. So you can get extra value in a deep draft by just trading back in that situation. But if he's the Packers guy at 30 and they'd make the pick, I mean, hey, Matt's going to go buy an Ezra Cleveland jersey, right? So
honestly, I'm ready.
So as an uneducated Vikings fan, what's your cornerback? Like, what's your backfield situation?
We need one. I want a cornerback.
Would you not consider?
Shameless plug. Shameless plug. I wrote about this last week. It is a sneaky need for Green Bay, but I don't think I would do it round one.
Yeah, I don't see.
Go Gladney. You wouldn't go Gladney?
I hate Gladney, dude. If I'm going corner first round, I'm going Jalen Johnson out of Utah.
I like Jalen Johnson. Yeah,
I like him. I kind of envision Johnson for myself, so that's
it's coming up. Okay, the Raiders pick is in, by the way, guys. Just a heads up.
Johnson Jefferson for the Vikings just has a nice ring to it.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I think
my dream.
Sorry, say that again, Mitch.
My dream draft is Johnson Jefferson.
That's about the third dream draft you've told us about tonight. So
I've been drinking whiskey.
That's fair though. That's honest. I respect.
I feel like you're running the goalposts here a little bit, Mitch, but that's okay. I mean, you got to go with the board, right? Your dream draft changes as the board changes.
As it should.
Sure. Fair. All right, what do the Raiders got here?
When I hear somebody hate Gladney, and unfortunately I just haven't had enough time, it makes me switch gears to Johnson.
There you go.
It's very close.
Easily manipulated. I like it.
Yeah. So
I can respect that.
All right. Well, let's see what the Raiders got here.
Don't do it, Raiders. Do something stupid.
Well, I mean, they took Henry Ruggs over CD and Jerry.
Hey, good news for all of us. We got a lot of stupid teams.
Damon Arnette, cornerback, Ohio State. So it's not the cornerback that Mitch was hoping. So there you go. Cheers. Hey, just quickly, while I was gone, I saw that the Dallas Cowboys got CeeDee Lamb, which good for Mike McCarthy, though. Hey, I love Mike McCarthy. I'll always love Mike McCarthy. But Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb. That's going to be tough.
That'll be tough.
What do you guys think about that?
My keepers in fantasy got a hit. Cortland Sutton and Cooper.
Well, I would argue the other way, that they can't be isolated, and it might open things up for them with that amount of talent.
You would argue the other way. You're a Packers fan. I'm a Vikings fan.
That's true. Fair.
You're always.
I think Cortland Sutton's poised to have a huge third year. I really do.
Oh, I'm still keeping him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just,
all right, Packers are about to make a pick.
What do you mean?
Jacksonville's on the clock.
We'll see.
You think this is it?
Dude, Arnette just went. I've been into my phone, texting some people here. Damon Arnette?
Yeah, that's
weird. That's out of nowhere. So
that's
crazy. That's the first one. That's the first what the
I mean, the Henry Ruggs was.
Ruggs
well,
was
but you could still see it. You could Ruggs was still valued in that area. Whether you had Ruggs first.
What about AJ Terrell?
Yeah. This one's the real out of left field.
Oh, man.
I agree.
This is a pretty big reach, I guess, for me.
I think it is
Jefferson
good for the Packers.
Justin Jefferson is sitting there. 20.
I'll tell you what, Damon Arnette was nowhere on my radar for the Packers.
I
agree.
I had him in the 50s. He's 50 something, low 50s on my big board, if I remember correctly. So he's a good player, but I don't think he's top 2/3 round of the first round player. That's for sure. Top 20 player, no. But
I've seen 2 or 3 reaches so far that I'm shaking my head at a little.
You know what I haven't seen? Any trades.
Yeah.
Well, besides the flop, yeah.
Tampa Bay, San Francisco.
That no.
That barely counts.
Hey, Ryan, you weren't here. I was talking to Rob. They didn't get a second round pick for that. They got a 4th.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that makes more sense. I was like, a second? I thought I heard it, and they said a second. I was like,
Yeah.
It was on Twitter, Ryan. It was on Twitter as a second. I was looking through that. There was 3 or 4 people on it. Yeah.
That'd be grave rob.
So a 4th, that makes way more sense. But even still, though, that's actually pretty good value to just move one spot and probably still get your guy.
True.
I'll take a 4th to still get the guy that I was going to draft anyways. Sure. Thanks.
So Ohio State had 2 first-round corners and Chase Young. Fair.
Not bad.
That explains the Wisconsin Ohio State debacle.
Slaughter. Every year, man.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where Taylor goes, though.
I don't think he's going tonight.
No. I don't think so either.
It's too bad.
Yeah, my brother Jeremy says, not the first time the Raiders have picked somebody, in quotations, a little too high. So I mean, he's not wrong, right?
Touche.
We were talking about it. Clelin Ferrell last year. It was like, what? Clelin Ferrell, but yeah, it's Mike Mayock is an interesting cat, and so is John Gruden. So they see things their way, and they
I don't think Ruggs was as much of a stretch as last year. I mean, you had 3 receivers, and I could have slotted them anywhere. I mean, I think CD was heads and tails above, but
you can make an argument for any one of them. Whatever your opinion is on them. Like for me, it was more clear than that. I thought CeeDee Lamb was by far the best one, with Judy and Ruggs kind of coming in a little bit closer to each other, and then the drop off from there to guys like Jefferson, Ayuk, Rager, in kind of that third tier, I guess. But I don't know. I Ruggs as the first one, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with a 4.27 that it happened, but Damon Arnette is kind of like a head scratcher for me.
So can we update our bet from the beginning of the broadcast?
What was the bet again?
The bet was over under 2.5 times the draft would have to be paused.
Right.
My new proposition is over under. Alex will be out for 2 hours. He's been out for 1.
Like apparently this laptop reboot, which is reasonable because I had a MacBook Pro that he had of this era. It's reasonable if he has some deficiencies within the actual computer as well. Like but I'm taking the over.
I mean, it's been an hour. I mean, I'm gonna take the over too. I'm with you. I mean, I'm sorry, Alex, if you're watching this somewhere that we don't have faith in you, but you know, if we what you hear, we think you're gonna make it, but probably not until like I'm gonna say 10:45, like right before the Packers pick. He's gonna log.
Breaking news: Jacksonville's pick is in. Green Bay will not be up
trade.
to 20.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Hey, what do you guys think about a Trent Williams trade?
We discussed that earlier.
Yeah, I said that should be every Vikings fan ideal scenario if they have to trade like a 4th round pick.
I said a 4th round pick isn't enough to get Trent Williams, but you know, I could be wrong. It is the night before the draft. So if you're going to get something tonight, you got to do it tonight. Right. Or if you could still argue they could do it tomorrow for a 2nd or a 3rd round pick too. Right. So
being a Packers stream, would there be any scenario that you guys trade for some player in the NFL for a 2nd?
Oh, that's a great question.
For our 1st round pick?
For a 1st round pick?
No, just any pick.
Any trade? Yeah, I think leading up to this, there was some candidates. Like Robert Woods was one that I was really banging the table for, but with Cooks being traded, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's not happening anymore.
So I don't know. Right now, I would say. Really?
Right now, I'd say no.
I don't think so because, you know, now you're all the way up to draft weekend. Like I got to think they're going to make their picks, see where they're at, and then look to sign, you know, priority college free agents and potentially some veterans that are still on the board. Snacks Harrison. And you know, that's I do love Snacks. It's just so obvious that they should sign him that I know they're not going to, but yeah, I'm all about that. Okay, Clavon Chason, outside linebacker, LSU.
Damn, that would have been a sneaky good pick for Green Bay if he would have fell.
Can you imagine if we took another outside linebacker after?
That's fine.
Smiths. I'm totally fine. You can never have enough good pass rushers, but you know, I'm just thinking about Packers Twitter in general. The
dude, I hate this. If the Vikings get Justin Jefferson, I'm gonna cry on live broadcast stream.
So in mock drafts, I've done like 150 mock drafts, and I'm gonna say in over 100 of them, Philly takes Justin Jefferson right here.
Hey, I have a question for Matt.
Trade up.
Earth to Matt.
He's updating our board here.
Gotcha. We'll wait 10 seconds here.
Matt, what's up? You here? You got us?
I don't think he has his headphones in.
Forgive us, Packers Worldwide fans. This is our first stream. There he is. Matt, you got your headphones in?
I have a question for Matt.
Sir.
All right. So at the beginning of the broadcast, you said whoever got last place would have to chug a beer on the broadcast.
Ryan still hasn't done that, dude. I'm pissed off.
Ryan still hasn't done that.
Tony Big Wave. Here we go.
Hey, no, you have to crack that.
No, he just did. He's like, just did crack it. He came back.
Hey, Ryan, if we draft Jefferson,
I respect that chug, dude.
Better than Aaron Rodgers.
Hey,
I respect that chug.
Hey, I might be the old guy in the house, but I can chug a beer. Don't worry.
Hey,
I don't doubt that.
Ryan, I don't think you're the old guy. How old are you?
I'm 38.
Okay, all right, you are.
yeah, you are. Don't worry.
Are you 38? Really?
I'm 32, so I thought I had it, but you know, just because I'm younger than Matt.
All right, so Philly's taking Jefferson. They're going to kill my dreams. Unless I would rather have them take Jefferson than Minnesota.
No,
I mean,
their defense is horrible. Come on, guys.
Yeah, so we've all talked about Jacksonville being the trade partner, and I've seen that all over Twitter. Why isn't Philly a trade partner?
Well, I think they could be, but I mean, their pick is in, so.
Is it? Oh, it's not on mine. Okay, never mind.
But their pick is in.
Yeah, I'm behind then.
Yeah. Oh, I'm behind by like a minute.
Yeah, I'm still at 228 here.
Yeah, I'm at 228 as well.
All right. Well, I will announce the pick then. I guess.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Here.
Yeah, you're our commissioner.
All right. I have the responsibility. I mean, Alex was our host. He's having some computer problems for all of those that are just joining us right now. That's why
the Marone family looks straight out of private school.
PC over Mac. PC over Mac. And if there's any evidence of that needed, Alex, if you're listening again, it's time to go out and get an Android and get yourself a PC.
Or just get in the chat via phone.
I mean, it seems like that shouldn't be too hard, right? But hey.
I know you guys don't care, but Vikings Nation's heart is racing right now.
I bet.
We do.
Dude, I'm in the heart of Vikings Nation. I'm well aware.
Not want it to be Jefferson, right?
I think it's going to be Jefferson, and I don't want Justin Jefferson to go off the board. But I think Minnesota takes him. But they could take a corner there too. But then they pick again at 25, right? So you guys got to walk out of here with a cornerback and a wide receiver in the first round. If you that's what you got to do, right?
Yep.
If Jefferson,
I was like Team Nation feeling about the front seven.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I guess you could take Josh Jones too, Mitch. Right? Like we talked about this before.
That's my goal. Like.
Josh Jones corner so if it's cornerback though, because you guys lost a couple cornerbacks this year, Xavier Rhodes open and Devontae Adams' son, Xavier Rhodes. And who is the other one? Mackenzie Alexander, right?
Trey Waynes.
And Trey Waynes, who somehow
Justin Jefferson, he's gone.
How did Trey Waynes make $1 bazillion?
Hey, better here than Minnesota. So you know what?
Honestly,
Jefferson is gone.
Now I can focus in on my boy Brandon Ayuk.
Justin Jefferson.
So the thing that I've liked most about Ayuk is, I'm no draft expert, obviously, but what I've been reading is the comparison to Greg Jennings with him.
That's a great comp. Yeah. Long, smooth, yards after the catch, and Ryan said it earlier before, and I touched it in one of my mock draft articles that he is just and I think we talked about it on the podcast too, was that just yards after the catch, it wasn't even close. Like he was clearly the best player in that area. For the entire college season.
Yep.
Are you that far ahead of us, Matt? You put Justin Jefferson in the Eagles, but I'm still waiting for the pick.
I thought Nick.
Yeah, I thought it said he went.
I thought it said he went too. Now it's back to pick is in. What?
Yeah, same.
Oh boy.
Green Bay.
Jalen Reagor. It's Reagor, not
no.
Oh
no.
Did you not see that too? Somebody else saw the Jefferson pick.
I saw it.
That hurts a little bit, man. I really.
Oh no.
That hurts me on the inside. That Reagor was one of my draft crushes. I really didn't think he would go ahead of Justin Jefferson. Holy smokes. That's a
speed kills.
I like the pick. I like the pick. You think about Darren Sproles in Philadelphia and his role in that offense in the receiving game. And he's just
my God. What? Minnesota Sports Fan, the website that I've told you guys about, they're all caps, run to the podium and draft Jefferson. Everyone else on my timeline, Jefferson to Minnesota. Hey.
No.
No.
Hey, Mitch, this is you, man. Like I am officially turning the floor.
I'm gonna
Holy
cry.
shit.
I'm gonna fucking
so
cry.
so I got the floor, and this you're gonna think I'm nuts for saying this, but Xavier
McKinney, safety,
McKinney.
Alabama, yeah.
Honestly, you pair him with Harrison Smith, right? We have a backfield problem. Like let's be honest, right?
Well, and McKinney can cover out of the slot too. He's not your traditional.
So maybe so who do we got in between us? We got the Patriots. Do they want a receiver? Do the Saints want a receiver? You know what I mean? Do you roll the dice and do you go after McKinney, who should have been gone 10 picks ago, in my opinion?
I had McKinney right around.
They were saying McKinney's gonna fall. Hey, I got my Patriots guy coming in here.
Okay.
Once the Vikings
Bring
make
him.
their pick, I'll do more
Bring
of a
him.
formal interview with him.
Cool, sounds good. Well, where's Alex when they take Jordan Love? Like this has been his boner the whole time.
Colton Molesky, how are you, my friend?
All right, there we go.
Colton,
I'm in.
how are we, my friend?
Oh, Patriots fan, weird. Out of the conference, out of the
New
division.
dynasty begins, boys.
Yeah.
Oh, it begins. Oh, get a load of this guy. Who do you think Minnesota's taking at 22, Colton?
I mean, Jefferson kind of feels like a great pick.
Yeah,
with,
that's what we
Diggs
were
out.
just talking about.
It's a pretty big drop.
That's my biggest fear, and that's what we were just talking about. I think Justin Jefferson's the pick here at 22.
I don't. Yep. Or McKinney. You roll the dice.
I'm just surprised Rieger went off the board before he did.
I thought that was surprising too, for sure. And hurtful because we secretly, I think, kind of all love Jalen Rieger a little bit.
It was that Bleacher Report article about those at-home workouts. People were like, "Wow, you can do a lot of push-ups, guys.
Mitch,
you can do a lot of push-ups."
Let me put this to you this way, Mitch. Okay, so you guys traded Stephon Diggs this offseason.
Cry, baby. Go ahead.
Just so that you could draft his bro Trevon Diggs, cornerback out of Alabama.
Vikings pick is in.
What would the Vikings fans do if it was Trevon Diggs right now?
It will not be. It can't be. Honestly, even if it was the right pick, it's way too controversial. It just won't. It doesn't work.
Is it Justin Jefferson or bust here for you?
No, dude. It's McKinney. You can.
Oh, did we lose Mitch? Did we lose Mitch right as the Vikings?
Right as the Vikings are picking. No.
Good.
Mitch, are you there?
Good.
Bummer.
What?
McKinney.
Imagine if his feed actually cut. Hey, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. McKinney makes a lot of sense to me.
What does it say? What does it say, Ryan?
If Jefferson goes to Minnesota, shoot this draft into the sun.
This has been my nightmare. You heard it on episode 1, the pilot episode of the PWW podcast. My nightmare is that the Vikings pick Justin Jefferson at 21.
This is actually a good experiment because if they ruin Laquan Treadwell and Justin Jefferson, then the problem is the Vikings, not the draft picks.
That's a great point. And that's not coming from a Packers fan. That's coming from our impartial Patriots.
And he's from Minneapolis. So, hey.
Okay. So thank you. We appreciate that impartial view.
I'm just offering some content for the people.
No, great. It's always appreciated. Hey, this is a venue for all opinions. We've got a Vikings fan here. We've got some Denver Broncos fans in the chat. You know, let's go to the chat while we wait here on this commercial break. What do we got in there?
You're checking out on the chat, boys. I know this is a few picks back, but how surprised were you guys that Ruggs was the first receiver off the board?
We were surprised.
Very.
He was
Tyreek Hill effect
for us. Number 3 wide receiver, you know, and that Lamb and Judy, you know, went behind him was a pretty big shock.
Whoever just said the Tyreek Hill effect is spot on with that pick for sure.
Guaranteed.
They're in the same division. They see him twice a year. Speed kills, man.
Now, I'm telling you, Mark Davis with his bowl cut fucking called down and said, he's fast, pick him. It's what my father would have wanted. Okay.
You can't call that a bowl. That's not a bowl cut. That's a chop job, my man.
Hey,
it's hard.
That's a quarantine cut is what that is.
Yeah.
A permanent quarantine cut. For the people, real quick. Colton, who did the Packers defeat to get this Super Bowl hat?
Ouch.
Who did the Packers defeat?
Yeah.
I can't even see what hat you're wearing. Are you talking about this championship?
31.
Oh, 31. Oh, whatever.
My heart is racing, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm sure Patriots fans are so choked about that with the 6 rings they've won since then.
I gotta tell you, it's been a tough run. But
why are we talking about the Patriots? The Vikings pick is in.
Okay, well, take the floor.
I swear, if this is Jefferson,
here it is.
Guys, it's got to be Jefferson, right? Or sneaky.
Please not Jefferson. Please no.
It's got to be. Come on, Adam Thielen and Jefferson.
Watch them take like Patrick.
You guys don't forget about Herb Smith Jr.
Hey guys, Alex is back in the chat.
I have re-arrived. Hello, gentlemen.
Alex.
Oh, he's back.
It only took 18 years, but here I am.
Our host is back.
We had an over/under on whether. Okay, here's the. Pick.
Don't worry. I was listening. I know I hit the under.
Okay, hold on. Here's the Vikings pick. Mitch has the floor. We want your
dear God, Goodell is doing the skull clap.
Emotional reaction.
Here we go. Here's the selection.
Mitchell, give us your. Here we go.
Who's it going to be for the Vikings?
It's Justin Jefferson.
There it is.
Yes. No.
Yes.
No.
Woo!
God damn you.
Yes. Good for him.
Oh, that's amazing.
Good for him.
Oh, come on, man.
All right, so
Dalvin Cook, Herb Smith.
Dalvin Cook's not going to play around with that contract.
Dude, you still have Kirk Cousins as your QB, so it's like that's
fine. Guys, don't worry. If we want to get into how he is a top 10 quarterback,
hey,
why don't we do that on another podcast? Because you guys are great. I'll be the Vikings guy.
You're still. I mean, you're gonna trade up and get Jordan Love, and you're gonna have your quarterback of your future. Finally,
can you imagine? See, and Mitch, let me ask you this honest question. Do the Vikings quarterback high? Because I thought maybe they would do it at the first time they signed Cousins.
Trade.
Yep.
Trade.
Yeah.
Trade.
Chargers.
Jordan Love is not going 23 to New England.
No.
Oh, he's not.
Okay, Colton.
I'm behind.
Colton, to fill you in a little bit, our host Alex's pipe dream for this draft or biggest scenario.
My pipe dream. I like that. That's good.
Jordan Love to the Patriots. How would you feel about that as a Patriots fan?
Well, it's probably not going to happen now that they traded the pick. Here's the deal. I was looking at a lot of mock drafts and I was looking at all the players. I feel like they have a lot bigger needs looking at their team as a whole. They really need a pass rush. They need to fill in.
Does that mean you're confident in Jarrett Stidham? You're personally confident as a fan?
It doesn't mean I'm confident in Jarrett Stidham.
As a football connoisseur.
How low is your IQ? How are you confident in Jarrett freaking Stidham?
First of all, in Belichick we trust. Secondly,
we'll make you fair. But it's Jarrett fucking Stidham, dude.
It doesn't mean I'm confident in Stidham. That means I'm willing to wait for Trevor Lawrence.
Listen.
Yeah. So you're willing to wait. Hold on a minute, man. Shut up. Everybody shut up that's not talking besides me. You're willing to wait for Trevor Lawrence as a Patriots fan, which means you're confident that you're getting the first pick next year?
No, I'm not confident in tanking. I'm confident in accumulating talent and assets.
You're confident in accumulating Trevor Lawrence. That's what you just said.
Let's do it. Let's go for it.
You're gonna get the Patriots are gonna have the #1 pick next year. Are you stupid?
Hey, we are going on record. Are the Patriots taking the first overall pick next year?
No, no.
Someone said we could have coronavirus and we don't even have a college football season. So the fact that you're confident that all of this is going to pan out,
get him out. That's bad vibes.
Goodbye.
That's bad vibes.
Goodbye.
Get him out. Kick him out. Bad vibes. Kick him out.
Goodbye.
Who's the host?
I don't even know why I'm talking to you. What fan are you? 6 rings over here. This is a position of confidence.
13.
Position.
A position of confidence.
What are you doing? I can't even see you. Where are you? How do we have 8 participants? Where are you?
Quarterback is not the most important thing that
guys, let's rein this in. Now. The pick is in. The pick is in. All right. I hate to interrupt this here. That went off the rails real fast.
That'll happen.
For those of you just joining us, we just had quite an emotional reaction.
Well, I mean, come on.
I don't know if I'd go emotional. I'd go sensical. I'd go sensical, Ryan. That was a sensical reaction.
All right.
Welcome back.
This guy, it's his first time on camera. He's a little nervous. He likes to yell. I'm sure that this.
My first time on camera. That's good. That's good. I'm happy for you.
We all go through it our first time in front of a couple of people.
Oh, yeah. That's me. All right. Let's go with that.
An emotional experience with other people.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine the only person with multiple things with 1 million views is me. But yeah, no, you're
probably
cute.
Not, but hey, however many times you got to watch your own video is whatever.
Oh, good. Yeah, you're good. You're good at what you're doing. I'm good. I'm happy for you.
Whatever kicks that number.
How is the first argument not with the Vikings fan? You know, like
how unreal is that, Ryan? Can you believe that?
I'm just saying, Alex.
I mean, I want to get back to the main argument.
Alex, you're at like a 3. You're at like a 7. We need you at a 3. Like I'm just saying, you know, your volume level is very.
Don't get me fired up, Ryan. That's your own fault.
Just saying, you know, your volume.
I want to understand.
All right, hold on. Here's the pick. Here's the pick. Hold on.
For you, and you're taking it, man. He's putting it out for you, and you're taking it. So don't fall trap for that. His team just made a nice little trade. What did they get, Colton, to trade back with the Chargers there? Do you know?
Kenneth Murray goes at 23.
Ooh,
really?
Packers fans' hearts.
Oh, that one hurts
everywhere. And that kind of delegitimizes our mock draft where he slid to 42. But, you know, not like we ever thought that was actually going to happen. We just saw it happening on the simulation and said, hey, we got to go get that guy. Hey, Colton, quickly, do you know what the Patriots got to move back?
They got a second and a third round pick.
Really? Because so it's the Chargers second and a third to move up. Yeah, that's pretty good, I guess.
They didn't have a second round pick before that too. So
right. Makes sense. Good value.
Now they have 13 picks in this draft too.
When's the Chargers' second round pick? Like 6th? Like 38 or something?
Yeah, that it would be 38. Yeah, that's right. Cool. Kenneth Murray off the board. So that's Packers fans everywhere. I mean, I think
I'm good with not taking an inside linebacker early.
Patrick Queen, baby. Patrick Queen.
Sure. And we talked about this in our collaborative mock draft that we did yesterday. Check that out on Packers.
Dude, I'm Ayuk or bust now.
Well,
Ayuk or bust?
We talked about this yesterday, Ryan, where I asked you, why is Kenneth Murray falling into the second round?
And I said he's not going to, you know.
He's not. Yeah,
no way.
He's not. So you called it. Yeah.
No, and I mean that's one of the things that I think, like when we talk about mock drafts, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, your mock draft was off," and I say, "Hey, like it's a simulation. You can only do what you can do based on the cards that you're dealt, and when you see certain scenarios happening, you make certain moves. And mock drafts are good for actually projecting what kinds of players are going to be in certain ranges, not who the actual teams are going to pick. So if that's the lens that you're looking at it through, you're going to be super disappointed. But if you're trying to find out where guys slot in, Kenneth Murray was unlikely to make it to 30, let alone 42.
42, right.
Well,
the Chargers got a good little draft put together here, though. The duo of Kenneth Murray and Justin Herbert. I mean, that's That's a good looking duo there here. About just over halfway through the first round.
All right, so I feel like you're big brother because I can hear you, but I can't see you.
If you
you got to click the arrow down. If it only shows 4, so if you hover over the screen, there's a little arrow at the bottom. If you click it down, then you can see Alex and Mitch.
Aha, there he is.
So
Nicely done, Ryan, my big brother.
Non-Viking fans, can we get a comparison? Can we get a comparison between Jefferson and Treadwell? Can we just try to connect those?
No, don't.
Please.
Come on, guys.
I don't think they're not similar receivers though.
I know.
Right?
I know.
But Treadwell didn't they traded back up into the first round.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing for Patterson.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
And they learned their lessons.
But you know what? Listen, Cordero Patterson, although he may not have been a standout number 1 wide receiver, which is what you want when you're trading up to get a wide receiver in the first round. He is one of the best returners in the NFL. And you know, for that, like when you talk about Laquan Treadwell, that to me is a much bigger miss than Cordero Patterson.
Treadwell was a huge miss.
Williamson's the biggest miss of them all.
So we got the Saints here. They're still on the clock. They haven't made the pick yet. Do you think this is a team?
I think they trade
back.
Honestly, I think these guys don't need any.
I think they take Patrick Queen here. This is I've seen Patrick Queen go here a lot. So if they make the pick, you know, I think this could be where. In the next few picks, I think Patrick Queen is probably where I have him slot.
I have a hard time believing, Ryan, that he falls to pick 30. As much as I like Patrick Queen, there's no way he falls another 6 picks. Well, I think here's a good spot.
I'm good if he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean the nice thing is if you did want to trade up and get a Patrick Queen, it wouldn't actually cost you that much at this point to move up from 30. So if you wanted to go and get him, it could probably cost you a 4th round pick at this point.
Do you guys hate the Saints as much as I do?
No, you're a Viking fan.
No.
You have a hatred for any team that beats you in a big game, and when they do, you just automatically hate them.
Hey, wait, guys! Flashback for the last 3 seasons, we knocked them out of the playoffs twice.
Why are you living in the past?
Yeah,
that's all I hear.
It's cute, isn't it? It's cute.
No, just wait.
That's all I hear from Viking fans.
The only reason I ask is because
we love the Saints because they gave us Jair Alexander and Darnell Savage for Marcus.
You guys love them.
So,
yeah,
so they're our best friend.
When's the last time we faced
the
Saints
cheated?
I don't hate any organization without a Super Bowl victory, and that is the Vikings. And no, the Saints have one.
They have
so that is the Vikings.
The classic.
That's cool.
It used to be the Eagles. The Eagles got theirs. Who's on that list? It's the Bengals, the Vikings,
Cardinals,
the
Lions,
Cardinals.
Cardinals. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Bengals.
You're not alone. You're not alone, right? You know,
but they've been to 4.
They have.
Actually, I was hoping to have you guys on one of your, your websites or your podcasts to explain,
please,
how you know what there are certain organizations such as the Vikings that honestly, as stupid as this might sound to you, we just care about football, like winning.
You care about football and winning.
Honestly,
I've never seen that.
Yeah, but, funny, but you know what I mean.
No, true.
No, I don't know what you mean. You can't say you know what I mean when I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Alex, here he goes.
Alex. Okay, so here. Listen,
so what I'm trying.
We
to
care
say
about winning, is what he said.
We care about playing good football. Like
you did a good job of that as well.
No, competing competing every year. Yes, being average. Sure, we had
championships are not the goal.
No, that's too bad, isn't it?
I can't believe what's being admitted on these airwaves right now.
I'm just gonna pounce Ryan. Hey.
Let him go.
It's better than being shit for 20 years.
Shit for 20 years? Who are you comparing?
I would rather.
I'm not. Hey guys, wait. I'm not.
Let the man talk. Let the man talk.
Guys, I am not talking about the Packers because you guys are a well-run organization. I'm talking about the others, like, you know, the Browns. I'm talking about being a Vikings fan that likes to play competitive football, making good draft. Like we are a competitive football team.
Your bar was
And-
from the Browns.
and you know what I mean? Like, I take pride in the fact that we have never, and we're probably not going to, or blah blah blah, gonna win the Super Bowl, but we're in it. Like we're a competitive football team. You know what I mean? I take pride in being a good fucking football team that competes.
But
every
like at
year.
the end of the day, there's 1 point to NFL football. There's one objective.
To a football team that has won multiple Super Bowls, that is the end goal. To a football team that has not won multiple Super Bowls, that isn't the end goal. So there is actually a difference to being a fan.
That's a great point.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I just love football. I love being a competitive football team that's always in it. Like, I that's my passion. I don't need to win the Super Bowl to be successful, in my opinion. And
that's fair. That's
to
fair.
you guys.
Something.
To
Let
you
me
guys.
have the floor
I don't
here.
know about that, though.
Packers fans have been spoiled for almost 30 years of success. But if you look at the 70s and the 80s of the Packers, where they almost folded, right? Like, they were not a good team. The people were not coming out.
That's why we don't take it for granted.
Absolutely not. But it's easy. Like Ryan, Matt, I say I'm 38 years old and I came on.
Yeah, I think the Vikings just traded up again.
They did.
No.
They absolutely did.
Yes.
They're taking Ruiz.
No, they're just on the clock. They had 2 first-round picks. Sorry, they're just on the clock.
Okay.
Oh, they did.
No,
Okay.
the Saints took Ruiz.
The Saints took Ruiz.
Oh, the center. Yeah, that's a good pick.
All right, the Patriots night is over. That's it for me, boys. Good talking to you, Ryan. Good to meet you guys.
See you, Colton.
Coming on, Colton.
Good
They
luck.
might trade back, bro.
I was so into the Vikings fan explanation on why he doesn't need a Super Bowl that I didn't notice.
Yeah,
that it wasn't a trade.
And you know what? Honestly, that isn't even that. I'm not just trying to be like, like making excuses. I'm completely honest in the fact that I don't know.
It doesn't sound like you're making excuses. It sounds like you're just tapering your expectations, which is like
it sounds like a different Minnesota sports fan.
Yeah.
Well, listen, there's a lot of teams out there. Like, you talk to Philly fans before Nick Foles miraculously won them a Super Bowl by coincidentally beating the Vikings 37-4 or something, or 34-7 or something like that in the NFC Championship game. Not the point I was trying to make, but Philly fans had a similar feeling, right? Was that they were just doomed, and anytime they were in the mix, like, they were just happy to be. They boo their players.
I don't think Philly fans were ever just happy to be in the mix, to be honest.
They hate their team even at the best of times, like they boo them.
That's what I'm saying. So I think their expectations are always super high, no matter how shitty they were.
I just think they love to be miserable, so that they were just happy when they won a Super Bowl.
Dude, I gotta be honest. I live here, and I just think the fans are softer than most fans in the NFL, and that it is what it is. I don't care, but like that's what it is. What it is. Here we
go, boys. Here we go, boys.
The expectations low, then like you get.
So what do you guys think? Who are the Vikings taking?
Well, they got Jefferson, so I think it's
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, it's gotta be a corner. It's gotta be a defensive back.
Or offensive line, Josh Jones.
Dude, why would Patrick Queen not go?
Yeah. Or they trade back. Or they trade back.
Yeah, I think the Vikings go either cornerback or offensive line.
Or Jones.
They need a corner. They need a cornerback.
The Vikings have traded their pick to the 49ers. The 49ers are on the clock.
Hey, what did I say? I told you.
Mitch called it.
Hey,
I am way behind you guys.
Little underlying thing here. Minnesota now picks right after Green Bay
at 31.
Oh boy.
good.
Interesting.
Good.
Nice.
It's good.
But what are the Niners moving up? Like we were worried about them taking CeeDee Lamb, at 13. What are we worried about them taking now?
I mean, they got to go offense, right?
If they take Ayuk, I'm gonna be him.
Yeah.
Schoberg might actually blow a gasket if the Niners take Ayuk.
I think they might take Gladney. I know that's weird, but
Gladney, yeah.
They're hurting in the backfield, or they're gonna take.
Dude,
or
what
they're
if they
gonna,
take Queen?
No, they're gonna take the.
Dude, they could
the
take
O-line-
Queen
the
and
O-lineman.
trade Quan.
or Smith.
You know who would be a really good pick for them here? I think is
Gladney or Smith.
no McKinney, Xavier McKinney. I think he would be a really good piece of that defense.
What
You know
about
what?
Patrick Queen and Javon Kinlaw together? Like that's a dynamic rookie line. Oh man,
Just
I
all
hate the
defense, all
49ers.
defense for the 49ers,
I hate the
It
49ers.
seems weird
I
with
don't
them
like them
dealing
either.
Sanders. I don't know.
So is Alex gone again?
I don't know. Alex, are you there with us? Looks like he's on mute. I can see he's on mute, and I've got nothing on the screen.
he's not on my screen at all. I feel like his shit just
He'll
sucks.
be back. He'll be back.
My
But-
dad just says SF absolutely taking Ayuk.
No.
Don't do it to us. Don't
Mr.
do us
Schoberg.
like that.
No.
Mr. Schoberg.
Don't do us like that, man.
Dude, I
Yeah,
can't. Like,
Schefter just reported it's a wide receiver.
dude,
Well,
I'm
if it's
about to
wide
go
receiver, it's Ayuk.
bananas.
I'm about to jump out this second story window that I'm right
Please don't.
by. Okay, I won't.
I just like
Is Ayuk.
with five.
Is
I'm just
Ayuk.
putting it in there for now just to see, but like we're 5 picks away from the Packers, and my energy level is
Are
not
you
going to be
amped up
contained.
right now? Are you getting amped up, Matt, or what?
It's not going to be contained. I'm just going to say that right now.
Don't. Mitch,
They haven't
Mitch
traded
almost
up. They
smashed
haven't
his
done
table.
anything like.
Mitch almost smashed his table when the Vikings got Jefferson. So we need
No,
to.
and I actually called us getting Jefferson, and if we got him, that we would trade the 25. and
Yeah,
it
that's
happened.
a nice. So you guys are back to 31. Brandon Ayuk off the board. Well, I want to throw it to Ryan Schoberg here. That was your guy, man. So tell me what you are
Shitty.
feeling right now.
That sucks. I was really hoping Green Bay would get him, and now really
Oh,
nothing about the board excites me, and I'm
Come on,
probably team
something-
trade
some-
down.
oh, there you go. Which
I
is
would-
Does it make you a little bit more angry that it's the 49ers that got Ayuk? Is that adding insult to injury?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. You put this guy with Deebo Samuel, he'll probably, he could fill a role that Emmanuel Sanders couldn't even fill himself. Ayuk can
Good.
go inside, he can go outside, yards after catch, or he can catch the deep ball.
does anybody know what the Vikings got for trading down?
They had to have gotten 31 and something else.
I imagine it would probably be like a fourth round pick, something like that.
I'm hoping third.
I don't think so.
Well, they moved up 7 spots. Or
I mean, the Chargers just moved up from like 30.
the Chargers are stupid though.
They got Kenneth Murray, and I mean that's not very stupid.
I'm gonna
Not
look it
stupid
up.
at all.
I'm gonna look it up.
I am so.
Hey, listen,
disappointed in
Mitch,
how this stuff-
you're our Vikings beat reporter here tonight, so you tell us what the Vikings got for that pick. All right.
Yeah, I'm fucking dialed into fucking Cheese Nation apparently. Super weird. I don't know.
Well, hey, listen, man. I'm glad we got to hang out at the draft together. COVID-19 was gonna be
Honestly,
tradition,
that's
so
beautiful stuff.
There
Yeah,
you go. There you go.
bringing people together. I guess.
Alex definitely had a few beers on his hiatus.
I think Alex's volume level was indicative of his beer consumption, which is fine. Listen, I've been toting on a few beers tonight and whatever, so no judgment. What do you got right there? Sorry, what was you got a White Russian going on there? Who's drinking a White Russian?
Me?
Yeah, is that you?
No, that's not a White Russian. That's just a little Canadian in water.
Okay.
Nick's been throwing back the Canadian whiskey all night, Ryan.
Oh yeah.
I love the Canadian vibe.
All these freaking Viking fans are in my mentions.
Justin,
all right.
Yeah.
You guys,
I feel sorry for you, Ryan. I feel sorry for you being in Minnesota, having to deal with my true nightmare of Justin Jefferson going to the Vikings. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. Now we just have to wait about another 30 minutes for the Packers to trade back, and this was all for nothing.
Stop it.
Yep. 2 hours ago, I was so anti-trade back, but how this board fell, I just
Not the worst thing, but now is there a quarterback on the board, and is there a team willing to trade up for him that's doing it? San Diego's got their quarterback. I guess Indianapolis is still a team that would maybe be willing to trade up to get that quarterback. So that's something to keep an eye on. Where does Indianapolis picks at 36, I believe, right? Is that correct? The draft board going up there. That's one of the teams one of the only teams left that hasn't already got their guy that needed a quarterback that would potentially trade up for one.
Man, what's Miami thinking here?
Miami?
Honestly, they got Tua. They got Austin Jackson, so they can protect Tua, but
I think they got to think about a weird thing. It could be a running back. It could be
DeAndre Swift.
Could be DeAndre Swift. Yeah.
If Jonathan Taylor goes here, I'll be ecstatic.
That's a silly thing to say. I think Patrick Queen.
Yeah, no.
Not a
Queen
bad
would be a good pick.
If the Packers get Patrick Queen, I'm first day shipping a jersey from China tonight.
So let's talk about, with the board available and assuming the Packers don't trade down, who are players that Packers fans would like to see picked here? And my short list, I'll talk about Antoine Winfield Jr. is an option. T. Higgins could potentially be an option. Xavier McKinney could be an option. He's still on the board. Michael Pittman Jr., Ross Blacklock. Those are the kind of names that stick out to me.
If they could find a trade partner and get high in the second round and keep their original second round pick at 60, I believe it was, and they could get Mims in the second and somebody else in the late second, I would be happy.
Mims has been probably the most common pick I've seen in, your mainstream media mock drafts. So wouldn't surprise me to see that there. What would be the overall group reaction to a Denzel Mims pick?
I'm not a big Mims guy. I don't know what I see why people like him, but I'm just not that big of a fan.
Go
ahead, Ryan.
I'm a decently big Mims fan, but not big enough to take here. And I don't think there really is a prospect that gets me excited enough to take him at 30. So like I said, I am completely team trade down. But if they took Josh Jones, that'd probably be my top pick right now.
What about Patrick Queen?
Patrick Queen for sure.
See, if Patrick Queen is still there at 30, you got to go that direction. But I bet as we've talked about, guys,
Kirksey.
As we've talked about, we need to. I think 37 with the Chargers is still a good spot, despite the Herbert pick. I still think the Chargers are going to want to move up and make a move in the first round because they're a couple steps away from being elite. They're a good team and they have the potential to be a playoff team, maybe even an AFC championship team. But they don't have the talent right now to be a Super Bowl team. So they might want to make a really swift, no pun intended here, move. The Chargers do into the first round. I think 37 for the Packers is not horrible, right? They're at 30 right now. Move back to 37.
Dolphins have just traded their pick to
Son of a gun.
the Green Bay Packers.
Baby!
Shut up,
Packers!
Shut up.
Packers are on the clock, baby.
Oh my God!
Stop it.
Well, let's stop talking for a minute then.
Patrick Queen?
Oh my God!
Who is it?
Jordan Love, man. I told you.
If
it's going to be Jordan
I'm
Love.
losing my shit.
Shut up! It's not Love.
It's going to be Jordan Love.
Is it really? Do they really just?
I swear to
Do
God,
the
they're on the
Packers
clock.
straight up?
I swear to God.
The Packers are picking right now. The Packers are
Dude, they
picking right
keep
now.
showing the Jordan Love house.
Everybody be quiet.
Jordan Love, it's time, baby. It's time. I told you in the mock draft. It's not insane.
My brain is about to explode from excitement.
I think it's
I can't handle it.
I think it's gonna be Weaver.
Weaver? Evan Weaver?
Yep.
Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, you guys are weird. You guys are weird like that. You guys do shit like this.
Oh my
Watch,
God.
watch.
I will literally eat this hat on this fucking YouTube stream.
Hey, he's a good edge guy. He's the number 3 edge guy.
Yeah. The Packers traded up to draft a Weaver.
Great.
Okay. Hey, hold up. Breaking news. Rob Domofsky tweets, one person closely tied with Packers told me yesterday, R.E. Jordan Love. 50% chance he's a Packer.
Thank you.
Dude, Domofsky can suck one. At 50%, he can suck it. Domofsky can suck it for 50%.
Dude,
hey,
if it's Jordan Love,
if they draft Jordan Love, I'm going to go off and the pick is in.
Shazam.
Dude, you better start recording this because you got to.
I already am. Don't you worry. I already am. I'm recording immediately.
Hey, if Jordan Love gets picked, Alex gets the floor.
Shazam?
I think you have to do it. Oh, here we go. Roger Goodell already pumping up the crowd.
Here we go.
Roger Goodell pumping up the crowd.
Here we go.
The selection as
Don't look
Roger
directly
Goodell from his basement.
Don't look directly at LaFleur.
No, they did it.
Holy smokes, they did it.
Jordan Love. It's Jordan Love.
Oh, my goodness. Like I've been telling you all freaking week long, Jordan Love to the Packers is absolutely inevitable. Brett Favre was 35 years old when the Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is 35 years old when the Packers draft Jordan Love. This team will never, ever, 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 ever go without a fantastic quarterback at the helm, and Jordan Love is the next in line. Beautiful. Beautiful. I told you guys.
Oh,
crazy.
Hey,
Absolutely
go
crazy.
retweet your article.
I've been saying this for several weeks. Jordan Love to the Packers. It makes sense. I love it. I love it. You know what? I know Rodgers has 3 good years, and I know you guys are so like, oh, fuck this, fuck that, fuck
That
this
is
pick.
fuck this.
All of you are saying they fucked up. Even a Vikings fan is saying the
I don't think
Packers
that.
fucked up.
I don't think that. Listen. I was there watching Brett Favre on the back 9 of his career, and the Packers trade up, and people say, oh, you got to go and draft a guy that's going to help you win now. But a wide receiver probably isn't going to help you win this year. Rookie wide receivers rarely contribute. I know last year was kind of an outlier for that. And I know, people are probably losing it, but just if you're thinking about freaking out about the Packers picking Jordan Love, just remember how you felt when they picked Aaron Rodgers. And just
I loved the Rodgers pick.
Absolutely.
I did too.
I did too.
There's a difference between 35-year-old Aaron Rodgers and 35-year-old Brett Favre. This is not the time. This is not the time. This team is in
If you
win
think Aaron
now.
Rodgers is
You get someone on the team that can assist to win.
This is
now.
awesome.
That wasn't done.
Why?
I love it so much, man. I love this pick. I'm so
Not
happy with it.
surprising.
Hey,
Ted
hey,
Thompson
guys,
did this.
Hey guys, if it was a good book, let's say it was a good pick as a Vikings fan, why would you trade up like with the Seahawks, the Ravens? Why do you have to trade up?
Because someone else is going to trade
someone
up,
else
and
is
you
gonna
want
trade
your
up.
guy.
Someone else is going to trade up for the pick.
All right, Vikings fans in my mentions again.
Dude, I'm like, I don't know what to say.
Okay
right
with
now.
it. I'm okay with
I don't know
it.
what to say right now.
I'm disappointed. I think they could have waited a year to pick a quarterback in the first round.
Same.
I'm not going to lie.
I am on board with.
Would I have loved to have seen an offensive weapon like that's going to allegedly contribute right away in the first round? Yes, but I totally understand the pick. I totally get why they think.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Of course,
No, you don't.
of course I do.
No.
Hey, Mitch, just because we draft and invest in our quarterbacks and actually keep them around instead of paying
Okay.
mercenaries like Kirk Cousins.
Brad Johnson.
Hey, don't get all upset.
Gus Farad.
Don't compare Brad Johnson and Gus
Randall
Farad
Cunningham.
Past
my question,
guys.
and of course we're gonna get heated here.
I'm not heated. I'm good. I like the pick.
No, but we're gonna get heated. But why do you have to Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson?
He's not wrong.
Why do you have to trade up?
I'll answer the question. It's not about who's next on the clock. It's about who could potentially be trading up ahead of the Packers.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There could have been multiple teams trying to get that.
Absolutely.
Jordan Love is a freaking Packer.
So I'm sorry. I hadn't met you before, but he was just ringing the horn for Jordan Love.
Yes.
What's your name, sir? Sorry.
Alex.
Alex was ringing the horn for Jordan Love.
I love Jordan Love.
And look at this. Like,
I love Jordan
Jesus. Could have you been any more right? I don't think you could have been any
Alex,
more right.
Dude, I've been saying it for weeks. I've been saying it for more than a week.
And he ended up being fucking right.
Wow.
Okay, hang on.
Nobody saw this coming except for Alex.
My mood has completely changed. The fact that Alex had that article in PWW.
Wow.
I feel great. I'm way back.
What I've been saying this for 3 weeks. I've been saying this for 3 weeks. So my original take was, if the Packers have Jordan Love available at 30, they have to go with Jordan Love. They have to.
Oh, come on.
However,
really?
They then go and trade up for I did another radio hit last night. I can send it to you right now.
Okay.
Every radio hit I've done in the last 3 weeks, I've said, if Jordan Love's there at 30, Packers have to go the direction. I never saw the trade up for a quarterback. I would have never seen that coming.
Guys,
I'll be the first to admit that.
Do you know what? If you were in Vegas, if you could have bet 100-1, the Packers would trade.
I would have bet the Patriots before the Packers. I thought the Patriots were going to take him at 23.
You would have won a ton of money.
Jordan Love's the best quarterback besides Burrow. Burrow will be Mahomes. Burrow is going to be phenomenal. I have no doubt. But I think besides Burrow, Jordan Love is going to be freaking phenomenal, and he's on my favorite team. We have another great quarterback for another decade, folks. Do you recognize what I'm saying?
And this
is awesome.
And he sits on the bench behind
Aaron Rodgers.
So
3 years,
maybe
Brett Favre, 3 years tops. 3 years tops. 2 years is my guess.
Hey, you guys want to know what a Viking fan thinks about a really good quarterback sitting on the bench behind Aaron Rodgers? No, not again. Not again. That's what we think. Honestly, that's fucking crazy. I never thought you guys would draft Jordan Love at 26.
I'm just wondering, for the Packers fans here.
Never.
So let's fast forward to 2023. Where's Rodgers playing? Where's Love playing?
Well,
Rodgers is retired.
If Rodgers still wants to play, like this is what I like about the pick, and it's not just about what they can do this year. Like this, at the very least, if Jordan Love develops behind Aaron Rodgers, plays well in the preseason, he's another first-round pick if we want to trade him, and Rodgers is gonna play beyond that 50 drop. But is Rodgers really gonna play for 5 or 6 more years? I don't know.
No,
I don't know. I don't think it's a bad pick to have 5 years of a top QB prospect under your control. It is a deep draft, like everybody's saying. If they get Michael Pittman in the second round and they get Antonio Gibson in the third or whatever, there's still lots of offensive weapons that can help the Packers today in this draft. But there isn't any more franchise QBs for the future in this draft. Jordan Love was the last one, in my opinion, and the Packers got him. So, I mean, there'll be a lot of debate about this all offseason as to whether, there'll
be a lot of debate on this the next 5-10 years, bro.
Absolutely.
This is franchise.
This is huge. It's a huge pick.
Draft.
It's a huge look, Ryan. Both ways. Look. Listen.
Ron Wolf. No, listen to me. Ron Wolf took over the Packers, and what did he do? He went and traded, and he got Brett Favre. Ted Thompson took over the Packers. What did he do? He took Aaron Rodgers. Brian Gutekunst took over the Packers. And what did he do? He went and got Jordan Love. You knew he was going to get his guy. That is the first thing you do as a GM. Because if you don't get your guy, then you're tied to a veteran for however long they have left. You have to go and get your guy. And Brian Gutekunst did exactly what Ted Thompson and Ron Wolf did before him. So am I surprised? No. I mean, I think that's the MO, and it's worked for the Packers for the last almost 30 years now. So we should have some faith in that process. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I can't be more overzealous. I don't even have to talk. You know how I'm feeling. I'm tweeting how happy I am.
How Alex feels. Matt, I see a lot of like you're in turmoil.
Dude, I'm just like
feeling, man.
I didn't expect this at all. Yeah. Like I expected a quarterback. I wanted a quarterback in the top 5 rounds, but the fact that I was so enamored with the fact that we could have got Patrick Queen in a few picks.
Sure.
And like you trade up to 26, you can get Patrick Queen right
so
there.
That's what I mean.
And that's what I'm concerned about. Like they're not addressing the glaring needs. Like there's multiple games past year in 2019.
Needs.
You can see where they got their shit ran down their throats from running backs.
They have 9 more picks. They have 9
I
more
understand
picks,
that, but like
they're not first round picks.
I mean, if you're really I get the not even argument. I get the rationale between getting your guy as a GM, right? And I think Jordan Love's a great guy to like
tie your name to.
Put a flag in the ground, right? Because it's
Jordan Love and Brian Gutekunst are tied together now. You know,
I don't hate it. It's just it's tough. Yeah, I'm trying to understand it. That's really
how don't you understand it, Matt? How don't you already understand it?
I just
I don't get what you're knocking.
Well, everybody's entitled to feel differently about it.
I just didn't expect it.
I think me personally, I'm just in shock that we're not adding someone that can potentially contribute to a team that was just in the NFC Championship. Like with Brett Favre, there was that definitive drop off. It looked like coming, and he turned the ball over a lot more than Aaron Rodgers did in the first place. Period. But Aaron Rodgers has dropped off a little bit, but he's still playing at the level where you can win a Super Bowl if you put a roster around him that can compete with that. And to me, this pick just says, okay, we're kind of mailing that in and we're looking to the future.
No.
Slightly, yeah.
So I get that point, but I also think, this Aaron Rodgers is a quarterback that has had 2 broken collarbones, has had knee injuries. Like we say, we're 1 player away, and we're not. There is a lot of needs to fill, but we have 9 picks. And I think, when we think about what did the Packers do when Aaron Rodgers broke his collarbone? They barely sneaked in through mostly luck and Matt Flynn's miracle, right? What did the Packers do when Aaron broke his collarbone the second time? They got stomped because we had the likes of Brett Hundley and like what was the other one we had when Rodgers got hurt? Seneca
Wallace we had for a while. And Matt Flynn at the beginning.
And the list goes on of like replacement level talent at the backup quarterback position. No offense, Tim Boyle Laser Show, but now there is a legitimate QB prospect at backup quarterback, which is a key position. I get the argument that you say they can't contribute right now, but God forbid
they don't want them to.
Knock on wood.
Why did they have to trade up?
That's not because again we already answered that question.
Oh, sorry, I went for a smoke.
Yeah, it was your question. It was your question.
Do we know the
go
details
ahead.
of this trade?
Who
we know the details? What did
the
the Packers give up? What did the Packers give up to move up? Do we know that? I haven't seen that.
I don't know.
That's a
great question.
That's
great
question.
I'm going to guess a 4th round pick. That's what
that's good. That's good. 4th is nothing, in my opinion. Move up.
See, that would be your opinion because you give up 5th round picks for kickers that you cut 10 days later. Fuck.
Facts.
Jesus.
Oh, dude, I hate everything about this when it comes to like I've had 10 minutes to think about it on now, and like not only did we draft him at 30, we traded up for it, and hopefully it proves me wrong in like 3 or 4 years, but I'm kind of like Matt. Matt just is flipping his hat over there, kind of looking like he's in shock. That's kind of how I am too, dude. I don't know.
Is anybody shocked that Jordan Brooks went before Patrick Queen?
Yep.
That's pretty crazy.
Yep.
Jordan Brooks got a lot of buzz today too. Like I know it's smoke screen season, but he got a lot of buzz today.
Hey guys, who has pick 30? Like, why is it blank?
So I don't know who has it. Someone tell me.
Well, we
Pick
traded
30. Well, it should be with or should be. Who had 24? Who did you trade with?
For 26.
I'm trying to find trade details right now.
I love this pick, man. I'm in so many Twitter arguments right now.
I'm rattled.
I'm so happy with this pick.
Is it not the Vikings? I hope it is.
No, you're 31 for the Vikings. 31.
No, we didn't trade with the Vikings.
No, San Francisco did. So that needs to be updated as well, Matt. 31 is Minnesota now.
Yeah, for sure. So can we get our cornerback? Can we get him?
Oh yeah, I mean Trevon Diggs is still there, man. He's your guy.
No, I'm not. No, he's not our guy.
Come on, Diggs. One Diggs out, another Diggs in. Come on, Mitch. Wouldn't that be something?
I'm looking forward to all the freaking negative radio segments I'm going to be doing this week.
Yeah, I mean, I listen. At the end of the day, I kind of like the pick. I'm a little disappointed in the sense that it's not that weapon that's going to contribute right away. But you know, Mitch's reaction is a prime example of like he sees what the Packers are doing, and we had that transition from Favre to Aaron Rodgers, which was like kind of miraculous, just like the Joe Montana to Steve Young. And there's an opportunity. The Packers have put themselves into a place where there's an opportunity to do that. Will it happen? I don't know. Like
who knows? Like honestly, like that Aaron Rodgers Favre transition was
sure. But you only
if you could do that again with Love. Yeah, but why not do it again? Like I guess you would say it was a tried and true,
it's a model that goes back 30 years, back to Von Wolf.
It's a new game. He wants his own quarterback. That's what it is.
Absolutely. And Aaron Rodgers is 36 years old, and he does have probably four good seasons left in him till he's 40. That's what he's always.
No way he's got 4 good seasons left in him now. That's a thing.
I agree. That's unrealistic.
If you look at all the injuries Rodgers has had, he's got 2 really serious ones. 3rd strike, you're out of here. I mean, look, he's just not the same player he was during his MVP seasons. He's just not.
He can't be out of here. That's not a possibility salary cap wise. But Rodgers has got 3 really good seasons. Probably
no way.
He has always said, just let me finish. He's always said, I want to play till I'm 40. He's under contract until then, and salary cap wise, the Packers can't really move on from that. So thinking that it's going to happen before 39-40 is unrealistic. They have 5 years of Jordan Love. So even if Rodgers plays till he's 40, he would have to play till he's 41 in order for that contract to expire.
Jordan.
So the time
Rodgers is as soon as Cousins' contract is done. Rodgers.
The pen hasn't been put to paper. Rookie contract's usually 4 years.
I'm going on the record.
Mitch, from Packers fans everywhere, keep signing Kirk Cousins to deals. Please do. Okay.
No, we won't because Rodgers
you
will be.
Did 1 month ago.
Hey, Baltimore's pick is in here, just so everybody knows.
Yo,
is it Brooks?
So I'm just saying,
Patrick Queen to the Baltimore Ravens. Sorry, Matt.
Love it. I love that. I love that.
That's a great pick.
That's a great pick.
Lost CJ Mosley.
This pick for Brian Gutekunst could cost him his job, or it will make him legendary.
Yeah, absolutely. That whenever you pick a QB,
the Chiefs or the Vikings trading out of the first round. Do you think they'll do it?
To the Packers? Sure.
Just to anybody in general. Who do you think would do it if so? Who has the draft picks?
I mean,
like
but
New
what,
England?
though? why would they do it? To get a quarterback really is the only reason why you would do it. And
so who's still on the board?
Eason.
So let's go back. Let's get unemotional here, because like right, we had the Vikings picks, we had the Packers picks. Let's get unemotional here. Let's get right back to your guys's supreme knowledge. Like I turned off the NFL draft commentary to listen to what you guys are saying.
Thank you.
You guys actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
Appreciate that.
Honestly.
So the Packers gave up a 1 and a 4, right?
What did Baltimore take?
A 1 and a 4. Baltimore takes what? So
Patrick Queen.
Yeah, let's get back to brass taxes. Let's get back to your guys' football knowledge. We're sitting with the Tennessee Titans, and what do they need? I don't know if any of us know what they need. What do you think?
Quickly before that, did we find out the details of the trade? Was it a 1 and a 4?
1 and a 4 swap. You're swapping the first round picks, and
get our 4.
Then the Packers give up a 4. Yep,
that's not bad, man. That's what I thought, and that's good value.
Did you guys get like a 5, 6, or 7?
No, it'll cost you the trade.
Doesn't look like it.
It'll cost you about a 4 to get there from 30.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to Tennessee Titans.
Patrick,
are they gonna trade?
No, Tennessee Titans, I think they'll make their pick here. What do they need? They don't need a running back. They got AJ Brown last year.
They need receivers.
They could take a tight end here with Delaney Walker going out. Could it be the first tight end off the board? Or is it what's his name? That's a wide receiver that a lot of people think will play tight end. What's his name? Help me out here, guys. Chase Claypool, big wide receiver that a lot of people think are a converted tight end. Could be a weird pick here, maybe. I don't know. I don't know a lot about the Titans, but I mean, they just signed Tannehill, so QB's probably off. Maybe wide receiver too could be a pick here. I know they've got AJ. Brown.
Yeah, you know what? I like the wide receiver prospect.
Michael Pittman. Michael Pittman.
They have?
Michael
Pittman.
They don't. T. Higgins. T. Higgins is still there, Matt. What do you think? You think your boy? He's your boy. Tell me why hasn't T. Higgins been drafted yet?
I don't think Higgins is a first round grade. That's honestly why. But the next receiver up, I think, is
Pittman or T. Higgins?
No, I think it's Laviska Shenault, actually. That's who I think.
My guy.
Yeah, I think it's Laviska Shenault and then Higgins for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
think any of them will be around late second or no?
Oh, wait a minute. They have AJ Brown. That guy is awesome.
Yeah, he is awesome, but they only have AJ Brown, really.
Right.
Like, there's not.
Yeah, because we got Tajay Sharp.
Oh yeah, that's super awesome.
He's 1 year removed from being one of the. Anyways, I don't want to get into that. We'll get into that on a different podcast.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
It's not a podcast; it's a live stream. But I get
whatever. If you want to just
giving you a hard time, man. All right, the Titans pick is in. I'm gonna say.
What do you think?
I'm gonna say it is. I'm gonna say it's Josh Jones.
That's it.
It's McKinley.
They like to run that outside zone. I think Josh Jones is the pick there. It could be McKinney. That wouldn't be a bad pick there.
Yeah, or Gross Mateos.
Gross Matos.
Yeah. Either or. Like if they pass up on those two players, they're dumb. But it is the Titans and the Dolphins.
DeAndre Swift is still on the board. Yetur Gross-Matos still on the board. Zach Bond, the Wisconsin guy, still on the board. Those are some late first round to early second round guys. Still sitting
I
there.
wouldn't be surprised if they go receiver to complement Henry. Chenault or
Yeah, and I was saying that too, but I view like I don't know, Chenault and I think they need, like, I would say T. Higgins might be a better pick there. I'm higher on T. Higgins than most people are. I know, Matt, you're really high on him, but I have T. Higgins rated higher than Laviska Shenault, and that's mostly because of the injuries, to be honest. If we were talking about a for sure healthy Laviska Shenault, I might think differently about that, but for me, if I was the Titans, I'd be taking T. Higgins because I think he's a really nice outside receiver that could complement AJ Brown.
I think they'd be good with either one of them. I mean, you look at what they did in the playoffs last year and the historic running game that they had. Their GM has got to be thinking, if we had some sort of outside threat,
Isaiah Wilson, tackle Georgia is the pick. So they go tackle and not Josh Jones.
Oh my God! Thank you. I'm gonna get Josh Jones.
Dude, this is 2 years straight. I hate to keep going back to this, but I'm a realist. So here we go. This is the second straight year I think Brian Gutekunst has checked the old Ryan Schoberg's worst case scenario box. Last year, the only player I was screaming for the Packers not to draft was Rashawn Gary. And once they drafted him, I gave him a clean slate and all that stuff. And, you know, I'm giving him a chance now. I'm not calling him a bust yet and all that good stuff, but
there's no reason to.
Exactly. You give him a chance once they're on the team, but it just kind of sucks the months that go into the draft buildup, and then for that pick to just be a buzzkill.
Yeah, no, and I mean, we've all seen that with picks like Derek Sherrod, and you know what? Interestingly enough, a lot of people felt that way about the Kenny Clark pick because of previous picks like Dayton Jones and things like that, right? But so for me, I always look at it and say, what is this player gonna be in 3 years? And when I saw the Rashawn Gary pick, I see somebody that is going to be a really impactful player. When I see Jordan Love, potentially, you guys are the ones saying Rodgers may not play 4 more years till he's 40. So having Jordan Love for 5 years under contract is a valuable asset for the Packers. And we all talked about, if you don't have the guy, you don't have nothing, right? For those QB needy teams in the early rounds, when you have Aaron Rodgers, that's amazing, but you only have Aaron Rodgers for maybe 2 or 3 or maybe 4 more years of Aaron Rodgers type play. So getting a guy like that, I know it's not the player that's going to contribute right away, but I never go into this with like a worst best case scenario. I just think it's not a sexy pick. But in 3 or 4 years, if Rodgers is retired and hands the reins off to Love, and it's a Favre to Rodgers transition 2.0, nobody's going to hate that pick then. And we've put ourselves into a position to maybe
Sorry, do you think?
I can't hear you, Mitch. I think we lost Mitch's audio somehow. Do you guys hear him?
No. All right, you're starting to sway me a little bit because, I wasn't a fan of this pick initially, but if 4 years down the line we're transitioning and we don't have to have the 2 in 15 or however many games there's going to be in 4 years season to get that top tier quarterback and he's on our roster, I guess that's, we'll look back and we'll say,
and if you
knew what he was doing.
Hang on. Here's my thing. Like, how many first-round pick quarterbacks sit for 4 or 5 years waiting for their veteran quarterback in front of them to get done with their contract? Not a lot. So, that's my concern. Like,
only Aaron Rodgers.
But that's from this regime. That's from this model. So this is what they're trying to do. If you like, Brian Gutekunst is a Ted Thompson guy, is a Ron Wolf guy.
Different time.
It doesn't matter though. They come from the same tree. They have the same philosophy. They draft based on the same thresholds. Like Brian Gutekunst isn't Ted Thompson, but he learned most of what he knows from scouting and making picks from Ted Thompson and Ron Wolf. And he is clearly following the same pattern that each of those guys did. They drafted those guys in and while they had veteran starters. Both of them did that. Mikowski with Ron Wolf and, Favre with Ted Thompson. That didn't stop them from making the picks. And nobody gave a shit when they took Brett Favre from Atlanta. They were like, who the fuck is this guy, right? And everybody was like, boo Aaron Rodgers. Why you didn't get Randy Moss and now you're dropping, honestly,
love has to hit in that situation.
Sure. Yeah,
he has to.
He doesn't have to hit. He doesn't have to hit if you trade him in 3 years for another first round pick.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess he's just a value. Yeah. I guess he just
quarterback is the most valuable position on any football team, and you can never have enough quarterbacks that are potential.
So the Dolphins are on the clock, and
they took Tennessee took Isaiah Wilson. Miami, they took Tua, and then what did they do? Did they have 3 first-round picks this year?
Yeah, they did.
Louise. So what did they do with the second one?
I don't know. I think they might have traded it. I can't see it. Or I'm really drunk. I'm really kind of drunk at this point, though. You guys? How you guys feel?
Hey, Matt, on the graphic, can you put Can you scroll it to the left a bit so we can see the teams?
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, there we go.
Let me 1 second.
So Miami did Tua, and that's it. So
I honestly think that I actually won some money on that pick. I think they really improved with Tua.
Oh,
if he ain't hurt, and if not, they've still got Fitzmagic. Right.
Well, no more Josh Rosen to the Packers rumors. That's over now with the Jordan Love pick. So we can.
I'll be honest. As a Vikings fan, I liked Isaiah Wilson. I would have hoped he dropped 2 more spots to us, but I guess Jones will still be there, right?
Yeah, I think. Well, now Miami traded away Laramie Tunsil last year, an All-Pro left tackle, and I think they draft their tackle of the future right here, Josh.
Oh,
they make Minnesota fans cringe a little bit here.
Don't do it. Don't.
I think it's happening, man. The pick is in. Here we go. No, we're not.
Yeah, they took Austin Jackson with 18.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. No, you're right.
What is it then? Yeah, but they can overpay us for that 31. Like 31, 32, 30. Like
nobody needs a QB though. Like Indianapolis made Eason,
because you took Love. Like if Love was still on the board,
for sure.
31 would be like, someone's gonna trade us.
Okay, great tweet alert.
Oh, tweet alert.
Rodgers is going to treat Jordan Love like family.
Good. Well, and that's another interesting thing because of how that whole transition went with Favre to Rodgers. I think Rodgers will embrace having the opportunity to make that different between him and Jordan Love. That's what I hope.
No, I disagree, Ryan. I disagree. I think Rodgers. I think Rodgers is the exact same, cut from the exact same cloth as Favre.
I don't think.
I think he's.
Rodgers,
I don't think
his legacy with the Packers is really important to him, and towards the end of Favre's tenure, like if that was true of Favre, he would have never played for the Vikings, like Rodgers wants to finish his career here. And I think he'll do everything he can to make that happen.
You might change your mind after this tweet from Ian Rappaport. Never mind, because it's a fake Ian Rappaport.
Yeah,
I almost got caught, but I didn't. I almost got caught.
You're gonna lose that check mark if you retweet that.
Okay, so this was the fake Ian Rappaport tweet, just so you guys can hear it. Sources close to Packers QB Aaron Rodgers say he is beside himself about the team's decision to draft a QB in the first round. Aaron feels betrayed. He was told by management they would get him some weapons to throw to. Trouble brewing in Packerland.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Hey, I got a question.
They got 9 more picks.
Which Jordan will Aaron be more cordial with? His brother Jordan Rodgers or Jordan Love?
Wow, that's a great question.
Let's not go there.
His brother Jordan.
Question.
Hey, I got a question.
Which Miami's pick is in?
Miami's pick is in. You know what? I have to argue that who is really there? Like, if you guys have the quarterback of the future sitting there, I guess you grab him, right? You guys have been successful doing that before.
See, now here's the funny thing. We might get called geniuses.
Noah Iganoge, cornerback, Auburn.
Auburn.
Miami.
Oh.
Yes.
Don't know much about that pick.
He's developmental. He's developmental.
Okay.
Oh, guys.
That's about all I know.
My dream draft is about to come true.
Yeah, if they walk out of here with Josh Jones and Justin Jefferson.
But you know what? The Vikings don't run like Josh Jones projects as a tackle in outside zone. I don't actually think that's a great fit for Minnesota's power running offense. Like,
Gary Kubiak runs outside.
You're right.
Any sort of fucking offensive help.
So no,
guys, whoa! I'm going outside of the box. I want Gladney right now.
Me too. As a Packer fan for the Vikings, me too.
Okay.
No running backs in the first round.
Why? Because he's so short.
No, he's just not that great of a prospect, in my opinion.
Okay, well then, you know what? I'll change my opinion. And honestly, like I respect football conscious opinions. I'll change my opinion.
The Vikings pick is in, so they're not wasting their time.
You know who they're gonna get?
Get this stuff done.
Oh my God.
Oh, Alex is back,
Jacob Eason. The Vikings pick quarterback Jacob Eason. I'm just kidding, Mitch. I'm just fucking with
I would have gone crazy.
I was about to say, I was pretty excited about that for a second.
Yeah, no. That's my
I think they're going to take McKinney. Him and Harrison Smith wouldn't
be a bad pick. I mean, I like
would be
McKinney.
So good.
I had McKinney, I think either 17 or 20 on my board. I can't remember. But
and he's still there. McKinney.
They got to take a cornerback, in my opinion.
Can you imagine if they go Winfield?
You don't have to.
Oh, it could be Winfield.
If the Vikings get Winfield, Minnesota's blowing up.
Matt, are you still trying to find the spelling on that last name, or
no? I got it. Thank you.
An easy one.
Fulton's gone already, right?
Fulton's
gone. No, take Fulton.
Yeah, I would take Fulton too.
Take Fulton, boys.
Yeah. No,
Is he not gone? No, he's gone.
No, he's still there.
Oh, take Fulton. Come on, Vikes. Take Fulton. Sorry to take over the Packers.
No, you're up. You're on the clock.
I'm on the clock. Let's go.
Seriously.
Let's go. Let's honest. We're talking about the top.
Fulton's a good pick.
30. Yeah, we're talking about some of the best football players in the world. Like, come on. Come on, boys.
All right, here it is. Here's the pick. Here
we go. I think it's going to be OT.
I hope it's OT, but I hope it's Ezra Cleveland.
Oh, that would be poetic.
All right. There's Spielman. Oh, he's such a weird.
We already got Jefferson, so you don't want to get too fucked up here, boys.
Spielman is such a weird guy.
Nah, he's awesome. So awesome.
Okay, here we go. Here's the pick. Jeff Gladney.
Good.
There he is. There he is, folks. Jeff Gladney. Ryan Soberg, you feeling a little better now after the Jefferson pick? Or
Yeah, I guess, but no.
Yes, that's what I told you. Yes.
So bittersweet, right? They get Justin Jefferson, but Gladney. So Schoberg, tell us about Gladney. You said you didn't like him as a prospect. Why?
No,
I didn't get into him too much, but the numbers aren't the greatest. Big 12 football, I never trust corners coming out of the Big 12. I know helmet scouting gets a little bit dicey,
Sure.
but Big 12's brand of football, as far as when it comes to middle linebacker play, cornerback play, or maybe even running back play, you're not going to get the traditional guys there.
Give me a break. Go. Hey, Ryan, why don't you go look at your text message? Well, what was my dream draft scenario?
I don't know.
Go look at your.
Yeah. I trust what Ryan's saying about Gladney more than what you're saying about Gladney, because I know you don't watch college football. So, I'll
No. I get that. But honestly, guys, we're hurt.
You're thinking pretty good.
We're hurting at cornerback. We need a guy like this. Even if he sucks.
I don't
even if he sucks.
He's not going to suck. But I just, I think it's a bit of a reach for the first round. But hey, whatever. They need a corner. Gladney, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I have him rated in the 40s. I have him rated in the 40s.
All right, last pick of the draft.
Come on, he's 20. He's 28.
It's 11 o'clock. Come on.
11:04.
Yeah, he's 28, and he got picked at 31. We traded back, and we still got the guy.
He's 28 on
the guy
list you're looking at. He's 42 on my board.
But we were gonna pick him at 25. Honestly, guys.
Oh, did Rick Spielman call you and tell you that, or
I know this? Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hey, don't be weird about it. Don't be weird about it. Yeah, we traded back, and we got the guy that we were going to pick.
You can't be happy with Gladney. I don't care.
I am super.
Happy.
He doesn't know anything about Gladney.
I would rather have the hammered Viking fan saying he's happy than not happy.
Sure, that's true. Let people enjoy their moment, I guess. That's in the spirit of good faith here.
Yeah. All right. Enjoy your Jordan Love. I'll take my Justin Jefferson and Gladney.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll talk for 4 years.
See in the playoffs.
Hey,
we'll both be there.
I think we recorded your reaction where you said, "How do I feel about the Packers getting a potentially another great quarterback?" No.
I don't like it. Hey, well then why are you being so obtruse?
I'm not.
You're being truce. Gladney.
Obtuse? Is that the word you're searching for? Sir?
Obtruse. You're being obtruse.
That's not a word.
Obtuse.
That's not a word.
The drunk Vikings fan mixing up his geometry.
Sobering. Okay. Sobering knows what I'm trying.
What are you drinking, Mitch? Mitch, tell us what you're drinking. Is that your home brew?
Sobering knows what I'm talking about. I'm drinking
sobering.
It's sobering. God damn it.
Sobering. It's what I say it is. And you know what?
City's still on the clock, guys. Just sorry to interrupt. They're still on the clock. So I think they're trying to trade out of this pick. I feel like that's what they're trying to do.
So you think Noah Inchambong's better than Gladney?
Well, I don't know what you just said, and they play two different
the cornerback the Dolphins picked before me.
Oh, Auburn cornerback? I'll be honest with you. I don't know much about him, so I won't say that I think he's better. I don't know much about Jeff Gladney either. I'm not going to pretend to.
Hey, how much do you know about Justin Jefferson?
I really like Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, how much do you know about us trading back and still getting the cornerback that we were going to pick anyways?
Allegedly,
we were
based on nothing. But
look at my text message. What was my dream scenario? It was Jefferson and Gladney.
Yeah. I mean, I like what Ryan's saying about Gladney. Big 12, inside linebacker and cornerback play is potentially suspect. It's kind of a,
our cornerback situation is horrendous. We are not a Super Bowl team with our cornerbacks.
The pick is in. The Chiefs are making the pick. This is the last pick of the first round.
Oh, wow. Not too many trades, eh? Weird trades.
Well, just the San Francisco trade with Tampa Bay. The Chargers traded up with the Patriots.
Yeah, but the Chiefs don't need a pick.
So there's 4 trades, right? Four trades with the Packers and then the Vikings trading back. Yeah, there's 4 trades. So that's pretty decent amount of movement in the first round. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that more or less than you thought would happen?
Less.
I would say less. Yeah.
The chatter going into this first round with this being virtual and everything was there's going to be movement beyond belief, and this seems pretty normal. Seems pretty status quo.
Yeah, there's been no moves besides the Packer move to go up for Love, sadly, and the 15-16 swap. And I guess the Chargers, but yeah, there's been very limited movement in this draft.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me all that much. I heard about a lot of all this movement, and I thought teams are going to be more, cognizant of ensuring they just get the pick that they want in, especially with all the new complexities around the virtual draft. So, interested to see who the Chiefs pick here. Any guesses from you guys?
Oh man. What did the Chiefs? Did they lose anything in free agency?
I'm saying DeAndre Swift.
That's who I'm going to say too. DeAndre Swift,
Jonathan Taylor.
No, no way.
Let's go. You dub.
We got to get a running.
Hey, Higgins to go with
running back in the first round, right? You got to get one. Here we go. This is the pick.
Look at Andy Reid just being a boss.
The floral shirt is just trademark. Trademark.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the first running back off the board. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I like him. He's a really good running back. So there is a first round running back after all, the last pick of the draft. And it's not DeAndre Swift and it's not Jonathan Taylor. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. LSU. What do you guys think?
Damn.
That's a little bit crazy, and the Chiefs get Clyde.
This night was a real letdown.
Right.
I'm not happy with it, to be honest.
No?
I'm with you guys.
I'm gonna say I'm cautiously optimistic. I was hoping for the Packers to pick a player, which they did. So that was my one wish.
I would have rather traded down.
Not gonna say QB was the player that I wish they would pick, but I see why. I see the reasoning behind it. I like Jordan Love, so I'm gonna say if in 3 years the Packers can net a first round pick out of him, or he ends up being the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers, then tonight was a success. So that's where I'm going to stand. Who else we got here? Any other thoughts? I think it's just us left on the line here, guys.
Dude, I just was not ready for a first round quarterback. That's where I'm at.
You're emotionally confused.
That's it. And the fact
where I'm at.
And the fact that they could have got Patrick Queen is that hurts even worse.
That's where I'm at.
I don't mind. I think you got Willie Gay and Akeem Davis-Gaither
True.
And guys like that can still be that perfect complement to Christian Kirksey. The Packers have never really invested in inside linebacker early, so I didn't think they were going to do that. Did I want them to? Hell yeah, but I didn't think they were going to do that. So I didn't allow myself to get too emotionally attached to the prospect of it. But I'm with you guys. I did not see a first round quarterback being the pick when we did our mock draft and Alex was like, I'm going to take Jordan Love at 30. We were like, oh, well, thanks for taking one for the team, Alex. Right. But here we are and it's Jordan Love. So
I feel like I've been here before on Thursday night. feeling super disappointed, unexpected, kind of shocked. But I think we have to remember there's a lot of draft left, and there's still a lot of value to be found in the second and third rounds. And
there's still Laviska Shenault, there's still T. Higgins, there's still Pittman. Yeah. There's guys out there that can help us.
It seems like this is such a familiar feeling for Packers fans. I mean, you look at the moves that other teams make, and you look at Miami with 3 first-round draft picks. You look at Minnesota with 3. What do they have? 3 first-round draft picks, and you go, man, what if we could have done something like them? Well, we can't, because we're consistently better than them. Mm-hmm. And so we may not be able to do what they do in the first round. I think it's disappointing that they took a quarterback in the first round. I personally don't agree with it, but if they can make up for it tomorrow, I will have a much better outlook for next season. So
what do you mean by make up for it, though?
I mean, if they can good question. If they can get somebody who can help win this year, because I think we can all agree that Jordan Love isn't the pick that can help them win this year. But I think there's still talent on the board, both on both sides of the ball that can. And I think they might need to look at moving up in the second round. I think they might need to look at packaging up some of their later round. What do they have? A couple round, round, 4th or 5th.
They've got picks? 3 6th-round picks and 2 7th-round picks. So
if they can package up some of those and maybe get less picks and more value in the higher second and third rounds, I mean, I guess that's where my optimism lies right now.
To quote Aaron Nagner, there's a lot of ball game left, and there's a lot of talented football players left on the board at inside linebacker, at wide receiver, at running back. I think, there's still a lot to play out. So I don't know what's the plan for tomorrow, guys. Are we popping on here at any point for the second and third rounds, or are we going to let the cards fall where they may and reconvene? See how the Packers draft played out.
I say let the cards fall where they
may.
You guys are emotionally destroyed, so you need some recoup time. You need to recharge and reassess.
My recap coming Monday will be interesting.
I look forward to publishing it, Ryan. So any final thoughts, you guys, on the draft or the Packers draft in general? Let's do a quick synopsis here. Ryan, what do you think the Packers need to do tomorrow to make you feel better about what they did today?
Dude, I know I'm just being opposite of you right now, and this sounds super negative, but every single need that the Packers had before this pick is still there. And I think on this roster, there's a lot of them. And so now you have to address those needs with second, third, not fourth anymore, because we don't have a 4th round pick, 5th round pick, 6th round picks, and expect them to maybe be that second guy in line to get time after a starter. I don't think I'm very confident in that. And it kind of sucks because the timing for me is just really off. I was thinking next year, maybe start thinking about a 1st round quarterback, like Matt has said during this conversation. But building off a key NFC title appearance, I think is big. Rallying the team together, inserting talent that can help now with the addition of the guys that are coming back for a second year. It just kind of sucks that 1st round capital went to a guy that's going to be on the bench for a few years.
Well, we knew that the Packers were high on Drew Lock last year, and rumor has it they were going to snag him in the 2nd round, and that's why the Broncos traded up to get him. So, I think QB's been on Brian Gutekunst's radar since he got that job, and it was just a matter of time until the right situation presented itself. But we'll have to wait and see, right? If the Packers fall short again because they don't have offensive weapons, and some of the guys they passed on are productive players with other teams, we're going to have a lot of the same questions that we had in this offseason when the Packers didn't trade for a wide receiver or didn't go and make that big free agent signing. Matt, what about you? And any thoughts on what they need to do tomorrow to kind of fill the gaps that they weren't able to fill today?
Matt looks so depressed.
I know.
Oh, dude, like I'm trusting the process. Honestly, that's it. That's all I'm sticking with.
Stick to the cliches, right?
And I'm happy. Like there's guys like Willie Gay, Laviska Shenault, T. Higgins, the kid from Appalachian State.
Yeah,
I forget his name. Like I'm happy there's talent out there. I just didn't expect to trade up and take a quarterback. I could have been okay with either one of those in the first round, but to do both it's tough to swallow. And anyone that thinks, I mean, okay, here's what I thought. So like I thought we were in a 5-year plan, and now it seems like we're in a shorter plan.
I agree.
Draft the quarterback in the second year of a 5-year plan. That's where I'm at. And it's like, I get that Rodgers probably doesn't have the best years ahead of him, but you're going to come to a weird point where it's his Love's third, fourth, going into his 5th year, and you're going to be in a weird situation if Rodgers still plays. And I don't know. Again, happy there's talent left. That does make me happy. I will agree with that, and maybe we'll make some moves tomorrow.
Yeah, we could certainly see maybe a trade up from 62 into the 40s, mid 40s. That's where I see guys like Laviska Shenault and T. Higgins going. So, maybe there's still some room for the Packers to make a jump up there and get that playmaker that some Packers fans would have been happy with in the first round, potentially.
Kind of bouncing off what Matt was saying. It just, lost my train of thought actually. Second time tonight. So
you're good. Dude, we've been on for 4+ hours. Like
4 hours, multiple beers.
I'm just so let down right now. It fucking sucks.
You guys didn't live through the tough Packers years, man. Come on. Like
3-year-old you was devastated.
I've been watching football. What year do you think I was born in? Like
all right, so man. 40 minus 2, 82.
I've probably been a Packers fan since about 1990 is when I first kind of
so 2 years after you became a fan, the team became good.
Yeah, but those were some rough 2 years. Those were some rough 2 years.
No, I was
and the 20 years that preceded that were really, really bad. Like when you hear
100%.
and those guys talk about, because I think they got me by about 8 or 9 years or so. Like I think they're in their mid 40s. So those guys in their childhood of football had to go through like the 80s of where the Packers were like fans were wearing paper bags like the Lions fans are nowadays. Like it was bad. So.
So this guy who joined us tonight, what is your Twitter handle so I can follow you?
It's at Nick NICMEIS.
NICMEIS. There we go.
There you go. You got a plug in there for joining our live stream. Beautiful.
Oh yeah, I hung on a little longer just because I was interested to hear your guys' take.
Oh yeah, no man.
Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Yeah, no, it was great. We had a little bit of variety in here. I don't know what happened to Alex. I feel like he went out, crushed beers, came back in, yelled a little bit, went out, crushed 8 more beers, and then came back in. That was entertaining for sure. I think he offended whoever his friend was, the Patriots fan.
Yeah, who was that guy?
Was that your friend? He seemed
very friend's friend.
Colton seemed like a very, very.
Hey, I texted Colton and I'm like, hey, sorry about that.
It was it got a little heated in here, but
we needed that though, honestly. Like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like we gotta have some
in a 4-hour show. Maybe that's what Alex was thinking, that we were just kind of keeping it level, and he needed to come and fire us up a little bit. Or something.
If Alex still gets paid for 4 hours though, I want to get paid for 8.
Okay,
that's fair. That's fair.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's a good place to call it. This has been super fun. Our first live stream, our first draft as a Packers worldwide team. We've been putting out a lot of content. So for everybody watching, keep it up. Keep checking us out. We're going to have a lot more stuff for you guys throughout the off season. And, as Ryan Schoberg has told us, he's got a volatile, fiery, hot take filled reaction article coming for Monday. Shaking his head over here. Matt, Ryan, anything you guys want to add before we sign off?
See you tomorrow. On Twitter. That's
right.
You see me on Twitter.
Yes,
All right.
we'll talk to you all soon.
Sounds good. Go Pack.
Thanks
Go.
for joining us, guys. Go
guys.
Pack Go.
Cheers. Go Pack Go.